Every day, we contribute to society, pushing the limits of what's possible by making knowledge and creativity available to all. It's time for us to become a source of the brand that curious minds can rely on. We help modern-day explorers make history. After all, we're explorers ourselves. Let's go explore.
The world is full of people telling you who to believe they are. Well, we thought we'd tell you who we're not. Start here. We're not in shipping. We don't make lifts. Seriously, no lifts. We do this. We're good at this. And we make all of these. And even though you'll find us here and here, we don't save it. And you'll be saving the environment too. Our internet company, well, we connect and power just about everything around you. The machines talk to each other, to you. We're seeking out a big question, answering them honestly. Like, how can we make the most of our energy? And can we and basic human rights? We're real people, employees, developers, partners, investors, and inventors, all passionate about doing what's right. We're open, humans of all sorts from all over, learning from each other and about each other. We're not here to save the world. It'll go on with or without us. Here to help power and connect we do every day. To ensure life is on everywhere, everyone, at every moment. We are Godrej. That's us in ruby, green, and blue. And this is a story of the little things we do. It started with a little thing we made to protect you and your things. Over 100 years on, we're still doing the same thing. Dreams. Little things that circle the earth and allow the wind to rain. Little things that keep our animals healthy and hearty and keep you. Little things that keep not just our homes, but even medicines and vaccines cool. And little things that rinse away dirt and allergens so your little ones don't miss a day of school. Little things that make washing hands so much fun. Some that make your cars and home smell like spring. Little things that keep diseases away. They make your hair shine and swing. Little things that help you make things. Big, small, and everything in between. And little things that help carry those things to places far. Or should we say little spaces? Oops.
self-reliant India. But in 1920, we manufactured soap from vegetable oil. We weren't just making in India. We were showing the world a humane way to meet human needs. But in 1951, we built India's first ballot boxes. We weren't just making in India. We were partaking in India's journey towards becoming the world's largest democracy. 1955, Asia's first typewriters. We weren't just making in India. We were contributing to the nation's mission of propelling. 1950, we made refrigerators. Just making in India. But supporting the movement of free movement. When in 1984, we introduced mosquito repellent flags. We weren't just making in India. Contributing towards making India free from vector-borne diseases. In 1991, we started making products that sustainably increased crop yields. We weren't just making in India. Innovating to help farmers double their income. In 2010, we committed that each of our real estate developments would be certified green projects. We weren't just making in India. We were doing our part to make sustainability urban living. For over 120 years, during the journey of our nation's independence, we making in India. We have been passionately doing our best towards making India. Three, two, one.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
You can hear me, right? Okay,
Yeah.
so then I'll come back at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock we will put the flag and by 10:30 that time Ravinder will update us on whether everybody is clear. So he's also on the keep on watching this. Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. There will be people who will share.
Yeah,
There will be people who will join and they will ask for that. Is my audio fine? Is my video fine? To just respond to that. Okay.
sure, definitely.
Okay.
There's something keeping me awake. Customers from across India and the world have been leaning on us for over 75 years. Blue Star, built on trust.
ब्लू स्टार इन्वर्टर एसी गर्मी के छक्के छुड़ा दे, चाहे घर पर पूरी क्रिकेट टीम ही क्यों ना हो।
ब्लू स्टार इन्वर्टर एसी के 30% ज्यादा कूलिंग जब गर्मी हो ज्यादा।
We are frequently heard calling ourselves a technology company which sells a product rather than a product company. To understand this, one needs to go back to the beginning of time. When my father and I were running a small manufacturing unit, we decided to invest in an IBM PC compatible due to my interest in programming. At the same time, we wanted to get some business applications which we could also use for our factory. My father sat through 3 or 4 of the demos, which would last 15 minutes to half an hour, with him staring blankly at the screen, unable to understand anything. The salespeople who had come would tell him, "But this is how computers work." His response still echoes in my mind. When I buy a car, I want to be a driver and not a mechanic. I want to run my business, not run your computer. It was to become my challenge to see if someone like my father could use a business system. After an enthusiastic few months of effort, my first demo was ready for him. It lasted only 2 minutes. The demo started very well, with my starting to create a payment transaction. The date was already filled in. At a field labeled expense account, I typed T001. He asked, "What is T001? I said it was the code for traveling expenses. So he said, "Why don't you enter traveling expenses instead?" My response, "Well, you see, a computer understands codes and does not understand English," ended the demo. "I don't understand you," he said. "All along, you have told me that computers are dumb machines which do not understand anything. And now you tell me that they understand codes, but not English. Can you first make me understand?" So I had to choose my words a little carefully now. I said, "Actually, it is much easier to write programs which understand codes than it is to write programs which understand English." His response is easily the backbone of where we are today. Are you writing programs to make life of the programmer easier or life of the user easier? This one insight changed the entire outlook of what problem are we trying to solve. It has led to solving problems of database stability in hostile power environments, solving for your distributed application never getting virus affected, solving for simplifying entry of dates and amounts without needing to train someone. And the list is really endless. This one statement also set new benchmarks for what the word simplicity stands for, and not to have any excuse for inability to solve for it. One learned that allowing people to run their business meant that the software needs to adapt to their way of working and not the other way around. It led to creation of flexibility, which was unheard of in business systems, allowing people to remain disorganized if they so wished, yet increasing their efficiency. From the very early days, one discovered that existing technologies are not constructed to achieve these goals. Thus was laid the foundation of a technology company which sells products. These are the foundations on which Tally was born and continues to build on.
तेरी गोद मेरा घर है तुझे सलाम इंडिया भारत हमको जान से प्यारा है सबसे न्यारा गुलिस्तां हमारा है भारत हमको जान से प्यारा है मेरे देश की धरती मेरे देश की धरती सोना उगले उगले हीरे मोती मेरे देश की धरती मेरे देश की धरती देश मेरे मेरी जान है तुम देश मेरे मेरी जान The world is full of opportunities. There are adventures around every corner, exciting places to discover, and new possibilities to explore. Technology makes these opportunities available to everyone. Not long ago, only a few people had access to technology. Acer helped break down barriers, making computers more reliable, affordable, and easier to use. We can be proud to have been at the forefront of this revolution. It didn't just change technology, it changed people too. With new ways of connecting and creating, they became more curious. They became modern-day explorers. Architects designing cities, musicians composing their next opus, teachers, students, filmmakers telling stories, business owners, scientists advancing knowledge. From every corner of the globe, modern-day explorers are building the future, and they need tools they can rely on. That's where we come in. We're not the biggest company in the world, but we're smart and we're resourceful, enough to take on companies 10 times our size. We're curious. Curiosity is the seed of every revolutionary idea, a chance to create something totally new. We're progressive. Everything we do is created to improve lives and carry the industry forward. And most importantly, we're human. We take pride in our products, but even more pride in what people do with them. Every day, we contribute to society, pushing the limits of what's possible by making knowledge and creativity available to all. It's time for us to come forth as the brand that curious minds can rely on. At Acer, we help modern-day explorers make history. After all, we're explorers ourselves. Ready? Let's go explore.
The world is full of people telling you who to believe they are, but we thought we'd tell you who we're not. Let's start here. We're not in shipping. We don't make lifts. Seriously, no lifts. We do this. We're good at this. And we make all of these. And even though you'll find us here and here, we don't make energy. We make you save it. And you'll be saving the environment too. Are we an internet company? Well, we connect and power just about everything around you. Helping machines talk to each other and to you. Making your world more personal. We're seeking out the big questions and answering them honestly. Like, how can we make the most of our energy and resources? Or can we make access to energy and digital basic human rights? We're real people, employees, developers, partners, investors, and inventors, all passionate about doing what's right. We're open, humans of all sorts from all over, learning from each other and about each other. We're not here to save the world. It'll go on with or without us. We're here to help power and connect what you do every day, to ensure life is on everywhere, for everyone, at every moment.
tells us in ruby, green, and blue. And this is a story of the little things we do. It started with a little thing we made to protect you and your things. Over 100 years on, we're still doing the same, except it now has wings. Little things that will take you places you can't get to on an airplane. And little things that circle the earth and tell our farmers when it will rain. Little things that keep our animal friends hale and hearty. And little things that keep kids healthy and naughty. Little things that keep not just our homes, but even medicines and vaccines cool. And little things that rinse away dirt and allergens, so your little ones don't miss a day of school. Little things that make washing hands so much fun. And some that make your cars and homes smell like spring. Little things that keep diseases away. And some that make your hair shine and swing. Little things that help you make things. Big, small, and everything in between. And little things that help carry those things to places far and even unseen. Little things, or should we say little spaces, where you live, work, and play. And little things you keep in those spaces to sit, sleep, or just put things away. Locks, soaps, buildings, and missiles. Well, there are quite a few. These are some of the little things we do.
When in 1897 we started manufacturing clocks, we weren't just making in India. We were envisioning a self-reliant India. When in 1920 we manufactured soap from vegetable oil, we weren't just making in India. We were showing the world a humane way to meet human needs. When in 1951 we built India's first ballot boxes, we weren't just making in India. We were partaking in India's journey towards becoming the world's largest democracy. When in 1955, we made Asia's first typewriters, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing to the nation's mission of propelling women into the workforce. When in 1958, we made refrigerators, we weren't just making in India. We were supporting the movement of freeing women from the kitchen. When in 1984, we introduced mosquito repellent mats, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing towards making India free from vector-borne diseases. When in 1991, we started making products that sustainably increased crop yields, we weren't just making in India. We were doing our bit to help farmers double their income. When in 2010, we committed that each of our real estate developments would be certified green projects, we weren't just making in India. We were doing our bit to make sustainability a way of urban living. When in 2013, we made key components for India's first Mars mission, we weren't just making in India. We were participating in Free India's most glorious moment. For over 120 years, during the journey of our nation's independence, we haven't just been making in India. We have been passionately doing our bit towards making India.
Three, two, one. There's something keeping me awake. Step by step, let me show you how to do it. Let me show you how to do it.
Customers from across India and the world have been leaning on us for over 75 years. Blue Star, built on trust.
ब्लू स्टार इन्वर्टर एसी गर्मी के छक्के छुड़ा दे, चाहे घर पर पूरी क्रिकेट टीम ही क्यों ना हो।
ब्लू स्टार इन्वर्टर एसी से 30% ज्यादा कूलिंग जब गर्मी हो ज्यादा।
We are frequently heard calling ourselves a technology company which sells a product rather than a product company. To understand this, one needs to go back to the beginning of time. When my father and I were running a small manufacturing unit, we decided to invest in an IBM PC compatible due to my interest in programming. At the same time, we wanted to get some business applications which we could also use for our factory. My father sat through 3 or 4 of the demos, which would last 15 minutes to half an hour, with him staring blankly at the screen, unable to understand anything. The salespeople who had come would tell him, "But this is how computers work." His response still echoes in my mind. When I buy a car, I want to be a driver and not a mechanic. I want to run my business, not run your computer. It was to become my challenge to see if someone like my father could use a business system. After an enthusiastic few months of effort, my first demo was ready for him. It lasted only 2 minutes. The demo started very well, with my starting to create a payment transaction. The date was already filled in. At a field labeled expense account, I typed T001. He asked, "What is T001? I said it was the code for traveling expenses. So he said, "Why don't you enter traveling expenses instead?" My response, "Well, you see, a computer understands codes and does not understand English," ended the demo. "I don't understand you," he said. "All along, you have told me that computers are dumb machines which do not understand anything. And now you tell me that they understand codes but not English. Can you first make me understand?" So I had to choose my words a little carefully now. I said, "Actually, it is much easier to write programs which understand codes than it is to write programs which understand English." His response is easily the backbone of where we are today. Are you writing programs to make life of the programmer easier or life of the user easier? This one insight changed the entire outlook of what problem are we trying to solve. It has led to solving problems of database stability in hostile power environments, solving for your distributed application never getting virus affected, solving for simplifying entry of dates and amounts without needing to train someone. And the list is really endless. This one statement also set new benchmarks for what the word simplicity stands for, and not to have any excuse for inability to solve for it. One learned that allowing people to run their business meant that the software needs to adapt to their way of working and not the other way around. It led to creation of flexibility which was unheard of in business systems, allowing people to remain disorganized if they so wished, yet increasing their efficiency. From the very early days, one discovered that existing technologies are not constructed to achieve these goals. Thus was laid the foundation of a technology company which sells products. These are the foundations on which Tally was born and continues to build on.
मेरे देश की धरती सोना उगले उगले हीरे मोती मेरे देश की धरती मेरे देश की धरती देश मेरे मेरी जान है तुम देश मेरे मेरी जान The world is full of opportunities. There are adventures around every corner, exciting places to discover, and new possibilities to explore. Technology makes these opportunities available to everyone. Not long ago, only a few people had access to technology.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Hello, sir. This is Shreya Basu. I'm with CII.
Hi, ma'am. I'm Rajiv. I'm from GeM, CFO at GeM. I hope I'm audible, ma'am.
Yeah, you are audible. We can hear you loud and clear. I can see you properly also. So,
Thank you so much. Thanks.
We will join probably 5 minutes before the session start, 5 or 10 minutes prior to the session. So I'll be here. I'll be here on the while. So you can join.
Okay, fine.
Thank you. signature of the program. Program person, Indian Ocean, Dr. Joint Secretary.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Check the communication, please, whether we are all audible or no.
Good morning, Manoj ji. You are mute.
Good morning, Rajiv. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of the GeM CII National Public Procurement Conclave 2020, organized around the theme Technology-Enabled Government Procurement Towards Efficiency, Transparency, and Inclusiveness. We will begin the day with a panel discussion on business and social strategies to accelerate startups. The session will be moderated by Mr. Manoj Kumar, founder and CEO of Social Alpha. Our panelists are Ms. Padmaja Rupare, co-founder and president, India Angel Network; Dr. Rajiv Kanpal, Joint Secretary and CFO, GeM; Dr. E.K. Rai, Program Director, Innovations for Design Excellence, Department of Defense Production, Ministry of Defense; Mr. Rashid Khan, co-founder and director, GeM Robotics Innovations; Mr. Shujair Santra, founder and CEO, IKEA TechSoft. Before we begin the session, I would also request our panelists to keep themselves on mute when they're not speaking. Thank you. I will now request Mr. Kumar to proceed with the discussions. Mr. Kumar, over to you, please.
Thank you, Shreya. Good morning, everyone. I welcome you to the proceedings of National Public Procurement Conclave 2020. And I have privileged to moderate a very accomplished panel on business and social strategies to accelerate startups on GeM. I hope next 60 minutes would be a very enriching and engaging discussion. And I look forward to moderating this. The Government e-Marketplace was established as a national public procurement portal for providing procurement of goods and services for various government organizations. First of its kind, an online end-to-end marketplace for transparent and efficient procurement. It's been almost 4 years since the platform was launched, and it has transformed the legacy procurement system, has been very disruptive using the power of technology, digitization, and analytics. Today, after 4 years of the launch of e-marketplace, we will discuss with a diverse set of people from Government of India, from industry, from a startup ecosystem and investor ecosystem, their views and analysis of where we are. Let me welcome Rajiv Kandpal, who is the CFO of Government e-Marketplace, to open the conversation. Rajiv is the Joint Secretary in Government of India and also the Chief Financial Officer of Government e-Marketplace. And so Rajiv, welcome to the panel. And the e-Marketplace was launched almost 4 years back and has proven to be a transformative disruption in public procurement model. May I request you to throw some light on the unique features, the history of the platform and its roadmap, and how it enables startups to benefit from the transparent processes that it proposes?
Thank you, Manojji. Thank you. So I think that question allows me to set a proper context to this panel discussion also, and I'll try to address the question in two parts. The first part being what are the unique features of the platform, and the second question that you posed to me, how is GeM going about in its roadmap of trying to address the procurement issues for startups. So when GeM was established in August 16, the basic mandate given to it was that it was conceived as a contactless and a paperless platform. And this was essentially to address the maladies, so-called maladies, which prevailed in the public procurement system, namely lack of transparency and corruption issues. So this was the backdrop against which GeM was conceived by the creators. There is another key pillar, a fourth dimension to GeM, which is inclusivity, and which is very important in the context of our present discussions. So it was inherently realized that certain niche seller segments face a lot of disadvantage when it comes to selling to the government. And these niche seller segments could be startups, women entrepreneurs, MSMEs. Let me just share the unique features of GeM, that if we look at GeM and if we try to compare it with similar government organizations globally, it is really one of the unique initiatives taken by any government in various parts of the world. Some comparisons can be made to, say, some organizations like CONEPS, which is a government procurement platform in Korea, the GBIZ of Singapore, and the Chile. What sets them apart is the marketplace feature, so to say, the marketplace characteristic of GeM, wherein one can accomplish the entire transaction right from the product carting stage to the product fulfillment stage completely online. And this is what makes it different from even from other government portals like, say, CPPP portal or the IREPS portal, because here the products are available to you in a marketplace kind of a setup. Let me now come to the second part, which is about how we are going in our roadmap. So what is unique about government buying and what is different, say, from between GeM and Amazon or a Flipkart is that in government procurement there are rules of buying. There are very well laid down procedures and rules of buying. And the special challenge before GeM lay in the fact that it had to digitally translate all these set of rules into a marketplace. And that is what we have been trying to accomplish, and a lot of it has been done already. So in a product category, because now in government buying is something kind of a comparative framework based buying, wherein you compare different products with the same technical parameters, and then you buy on a least cost basis. The creation of GeM required that we set up a marketplace with various product categories. So these product categories are like fixed watertight compartments wherein a seller can come and onboard his or her product, and any bid that happens in the product category is open for all the sellers who are selling almost the same kind of a who are selling almost same kind of a product. And this is where procurement from government in respect of startups becomes very difficult, because startups, owing to the uniqueness of the product, may not be able to be categorized into the traditional technical parameters, and that this kind of a TP-led buying, the technical parameter-led buying, may not be amenable in case of startup. So it was with this in mind that GeM launched its own startup runway, wherein the primary objective that we laid to ourselves was to be able to support startups to categorize themselves in a way wherein the whole responsibility of which product category they would like to go rests with them. We provided them the flexibility as to which product category they would like to onboard themselves. So the startup runway today has something like 12 categories, and it is free for a startup, whether it is a DPIIT recognized startup or a non-DPIIT recognized startup. He can come on the platform, first look at the traditional marketplace categories, and if he doesn't find any category of relevance, he can go to the runway and put herself or himself into that product category which he finds is the most relevant for him. So this is one of the key, I would say, a key driver which has transformed the system for startups. Because what is now happening is we are seeing a lot of traction, we are seeing a lot of interest in startup runway, and I think some of my colleagues are also in this panel who are startup founders themselves. Maybe they will be able to share their experience better. So in a nutshell, I would say what GeM has been able to do for startups is, we have been able to launch an online marketplace where it is for their convenience, which seller, which buyer they would like to pitch to, and which product category they would like to be placed in. Secondly, there are certain important exemptions which government has under the Startup India program provided to BPIIT recognized startups, which are say exemption from deposition of EMD, exemption from prior turnover and experience. And this is something which is much better done through a digital marketplace than manually. And in fact, I'm happy to share in one of the recent reports which World Bank did, they studied the GeM systems and they have had very positive remarks about how GeM procurement of GeM has been able to help startups pitch to the government. Thank you. Thank you, Manoj.
Rajiv, thank you very much for the introduction and highlighting the features of marketplace. As you rightly said, the transparency, inclusivity is expected from a marketplace like this. But the most brilliant part is setting up this startup runway that allows startups flexibility to participate in the procurement process. So this is, I think, one of the really transformative piece of the whole architecture. Thanks for highlighting this. Let me now move to Padmaja. Padmaja has been pioneer of angel investing in India, having built the early stage investment culture and invested in almost 140 companies. She has set a trend and integrated early stage investing with growth companies through her fund. So it's great to get Padmaja on panel and hear her views. So Padmaja, welcome to the panel. The question I have for you is, like, in your, you have been investing in early stage startups for a very long time now. You have pioneered angel investing in India, and you have a diverse set of portfolio companies. Can you can you throw some light on the challenges startups feel usually they face while trying to participate in the procurement processes? To what extent do you think these challenges have been addressed by introduction of a platform like government initiative on e-marketplace? You are mute, Padmaja. You are mute.
Sorry. So good morning, everybody. And at the outset, thank you to CII and GeM to have me join this panel. It's surely an honor with the kind of people who are on this panel, and especially to have been you, Manoj, making sure we are moderated. So thank you. I think before I go into the challenges, I would like to actually share something, and it gives a little bit away of my age, but I think it's important to put a bit of context. I think the GeM portal, which started in 2016, is actually a seminal change in the ecosystem, especially for startups, right? Not only has it brought, I think, transparency and all the good things that Rajiv spoke about, I don't want to repeat them, but I think what it has done is opened up government procurement to startups, which did not exist, let's say, 10 years ago or 12 years ago. I think when we were investing in startups at that time, we did not invest in companies that were looking at B2G sales at all. So I think that, to me, is one of the most seminal changes that GeM has done, with opening up a completely new market for startups. So I think that's the first take I would like to put in the ground. Second is, it has made it not only transparent, but I think it has brought it online, which is even very important. Okay, it's important from two perspectives. It's important from what Rajiv is talking about, transparency, etc. But I think it proved to be very seminal in the last 4 months, when we could not go to any offices anywhere, right? So it was the GeM portal that was sort of very active into saying that what was the government procuring even for the COVID space, forget for the largest. And that's where we have seen several healthcare products actually leverage the GeM platform to go and create products and then obviously open it up for the national fight against just COVID. If I just take that one narrow segment. So I think GeM has played the second. The third piece that it has done, it has clearly pushed the system of the PSUs as well as the government procurement process. Let me put it like the public procurement process to ensure at least that startups are given a chance to invest and that they are tracked in that process. So a certain percentage which the public procurement process allows for procurement from startups, that has gone through. So I think largely, Manoj, what I'm trying to say is GeM has created a paradigm shift for procurement, public procurement process for startups. I think the challenges, and these challenges are coming into play because of the evolution, and that's what we all are here about. That as we do new things, new challenges come up, and I'm looking at it more constructively rather than otherwise. So I think the one piece which I'm finding startups face, and I think it's being faced purely because startups don't have a funding runway. They don't have a long life, right? They have limited time, limited resources, and limited ability to execute. So here, I think if the GeM portal could actually speeden up things dramatically for startups. For instance, let me give two examples, and the team of Anurag and Rajiv will obviously have a much deeper view. Is if I take the certification or approval process of startups or BIS certifications, let's say no more than 7 days, okay, that will make a huge difference. That's number one. Okay, I think that's a challenge which we are seeing on the ground, and that's what I'm sharing. The second piece is with COVID, with innovation, with all the sectoral convergences happening, right? We are seeing confluence of sectors. We are seeing security converging with, let's say, healthcare. We are seeing new products emerge, and it will happen, right? I think the world has gone through a change, and that will happen. I do believe that there is a need to open up both in terms of how GeM operates and make it less frameworked and make it more open, because that is what will allow new innovations to come. So we will have products which are not just healthcare or just security. We will have products which is a convergence of, which will also mean, to be honest, that the back-end processes of GeM will have to change in terms of evaluation, certifications, approval process. And that back-end needs to be deepened, widened, and made much faster. Again, if we don't do this, I think the public procurement process is missing out on a lot of innovative things that the startup ecosystem has done. So we were looking at GeM as enabling startups to procure from public procurement process. I think there's a shift happened. And the shift that we need to be doing as an earlier alert, that the public procurement process has to leverage the innovation that startups are making and somehow make themselves actually enabled to take in this information. And I think if we work with that philosophy, we will find a very constructive and something which is a paradigm shift in terms of public procurement and innovations that the process can enable, startups can enable, be it for PSUs, be it for states, even in some ways for defense, which is not on high security items. The third piece, I think, which I think is very important, is the GeM needs to integrate some of the overseas innovations that are coming in. And this is a larger policy issue that GeM could drive. For instance, we are looking at currently, for instance, when we did the ventilator, right? At some point we had clearly said, and rightly so, that was the national need, and I'm not sort of debating that the ventilators that were being innovated and created in this country, and there were some very good ones. If you see the no-carb ventilator, which is under the GeM process, I think we're waiting too long for it. Number one, we should have got it out, and we cater to the national need. But once GeM approves it, okay, and it says that it is in the public procurement process, which means that the government is now procuring it. How can these startups use that to leverage for overseas markets, right? So if it is a GeM certified, quote unquote, and I'm making it a little wider just beyond a document, to say if NOCARC is trying to sell it to somebody else, some other country, it should be able to leverage the GeM approval process. So GeM's responsibility, credibility, flexibility, and speed should be leveraged for a much larger value for Indian startups to leverage. And I think these are some of the things that I would say are actually the next evolutionary stage for GeM. It's not to say that they did not do this. Please let me make that very, very clear. I think GeM has done a brilliant work. I'm just saying, how do you take it to the next stage of evolution? Thank you, Manoj.
Padmaja, thank you very much for your, as usual, insightful analysis and commentary. I've heard you, speaking several times. A couple of key takeaways, like one, and it's really very enlightening to know that, investor community that looked at B2G business models as a strict no has started looking at it very positively. This is big change. This is a fundamental change in the investor mindset itself, right? The doing business with government is not something that should be a no for an investment decision. So that's a great shift, right? And also the opening up, right? So evaluation, certification, assessment, approval of GeM companies is great, because this certification can eventually attract even the working capital providers, right? So a lot of startups struggle for working capital. So banks and working capital providers can come on the GeM platform and see who is winning deals in government and start giving them working capital on an assurance that their payment would be coming from government. This opens up, a good origination opportunity for lenders and a liquidity management tool for startups. So, so these are, GeM then really becomes a true marketplace, and also, the ability to globalize Indian startups. That's a great point, Padmaja, that if a startup is good enough for India's procurement system and is certified broadly in those terms on GeM, then they can get access to the global market. Great points.
I want to make one minor point, because I think you made a point which actually, if you look at the RBI's priority lending policy that just came out about a week or 10 days ago, I think GeM has a very, very big play there, right? And I think what you're saying is absolutely clear. It is not enough to be Atmanirbhar, but I think it is more important to have Dunya become Bharat Nirbhar.
Yes.
And that is the opportunity that I think is the vision for GeM in some ways.
Yeah, excellent. That's great. Yeah. So, okay, so we heard Rajiv, who has been behind this platform as part of, Government of India's initiatives, and then Padmaja, who has been investing in startup. Let's go to startup itself. So I have a wonderful startup entrepreneur, Rashid, with us, Rashid Khan, at a time when, you need a lot of courage to solve very complex problems, right? And one of the very complex problem is managing the septic tanks and sewer lines, and creating startups in areas like sanitation, which are very complex, and market failure has been there in these areas. Using robotics and science and technology innovations to solve India's very complex problems. And what Rashid and his team have done, they have created world's first robotic scavenger called Bandicoot, and it's one of the finest example of creating innovation and entrepreneurship in an area which is historically neglected, right? So, Rashid, welcome to the panel. As a young startup, what do you think are the challenges of doing business in the government system with the government bodies, and what has been your experience with marketplace? What would you advise other entrepreneurs and innovators who are listening to this panel discussion today? What should they expect from GeM, and how should they do business with government?
Yeah. Uh, Thank you so much, Jim and CII, for inviting me to this program. And it's wonderful to meet the eminent persons like you. And once again, thanks for Manuji for giving a detailed intro about me and about our initiatives. So specifically, we are into the robotics. We're a company focused on the robotics and artificial intelligence, and which we would like to solve the social pressing issues. And we found the manual scavenging as one of the deadliest and one of the inhuman practice which is happening across the world, not only in India or not only in other states. We can see everywhere. And we also know that at least one person is dying every 5 days in India. It is like a sad truth. And we know that if you look at today's newspaper, also in Jharkhand, I think there are six persons died just yesterday. So this is the depth of the problem. So we thought of like developing a robot for cleaning this manhole without any human intervention. So whatever a human is doing inside the manhole, that can be done by the robot without any of their support. So simply we can use the robot to take all the wastes from the manhole, or even if it's in a septic tank. That's how we can easily clean it. And next thing, if we come to the government sector, because we are more into the B2G only, because 90 percentage of the manholes and the septic tanks, which are I mean taken care by the government entities only. So obviously, as you asked, what are the challenges? But even we couldn't feel that much challenges while working with the government, to be frank on the side, because wherever we are going, there will be some paperwork will be there. There are so many procedures will be there, and it might be time taking. That is right. But in the sense, like if we can fulfill all the paperwork, because it's a part of transparent process in the government, and it is already well settled and well formulated. So if we calmly follow that, it will be executed in a good way. But right now, we can say a good part of it, because the entire procurement, which is turning into a simple process, which is the GeM. So we are also feel like very happy with the GeM, and especially the startup runway, for the early startups or the for the growing startups. So there is a big entry for in the startup runway. And we also started selling through the startup runway. And we right now we also had a good I mean sales through the startup runway. And the good part, what we found with the startup runway, the entire procurement has changed into a symbol, like in an integrated one, where initially, if you're directly working with the tender process or anything with the government, it will take months and months to finish it at least. Because for the, if you're talking about a tender, it will take at least 14 days if it's like in a short tender. Then it is evaluation, technical evaluation, financial valuation, a lot of procedures, at least 1.5 or 2 months it will take for the procurement. And before that, discussion with the officials, after that, payment procedure. So many things, but entire thing right now changed into the GeM, where we actually got the purchase order in just 2 weeks. So within 14 days, we are able to get the purchase order. So which is like a very, very good point, because I think all the investors, as Padmanja madam said, all the investors also initially little afraid to work with the B2G model companies. But now the entire market, the ecosystem is in the face of it changing from a one side to another side, where the B2G also good. So because the procurement is simple as we are purchasing from the Flipkart or Amazon, it tends to like that. So I feel like that it is a good option, in the sense like lot of opportunities, lot of transparency is there, and for the startups it is always time. So we are able to get that time. We are able to fit into the time. So this is what I really felt good with the GeM. But there are a few suggestions also I have working with the GeM as well. So especially if you're working with the GeM, it takes I mean I think more than 6 or 7 months I think at least take to get into the GeM and to get approved of product, because it's a unique product and there is no other competitors and there is no other players. So it is very hard to get published in the GeM. But once we get into the GeM, it was fine. So for startups to reduce this type of like evaluation time and everything into a shorter one, it will be very helpful for the startups. And now there is so I just missed one point, which is like a PSC model, the proprietary article certificate purchase model, where the GeM is directly providing through the GFR policy. It is the purchase policy. It is already saying that if there are no competitors, the GeM can, I mean, the authority can directly purchase using the PSC model. So which is a very good, good remarkable one, because if you are going through the tender, it will take like retendering model, then only we will get it. No one will be participating in the tender. I mean, in our case, even though the authority have to retender it again, then only they will give. So you can just think or imagine about the timing, how much months and months it will take. So if it's coming into the GeM, all things are get sorted out, and which is like making it a more simpler for the startups, and really appreciate that one. And the suggestion for me is like there is one portion that we would like to add in the in the GeM for the products, whatever we are whoever it is publishing there, like in a service portion. In the sense, like if you're selling a product, we have to give an option, like whether the customer or whether the buyer need a option for purchasing the service, because many of the government or whoever the organization, they might require the AMC, like annual maintenance contract or a service or a service thing. So if the GeM can provide a facility like that, it will be very helpful. That's the first number one session. And the number two is, in the sector EMD is exempted, but there is another charge which it has already put, which is like a transaction charge, which already GeM is putting, and which is like a 0.5 percentage. That means it is again coming as the EMD only. That exemption, then it becomes on another way. It is like a same thing. So it will be good if we can exempt it from for at least for the startups. And the other, like in a last suggestion, what I'm having is like, as I mentioned about the PSC, these PSC have to be uploaded by each customer. So I'm thinking why that require for each customer, because GeM is already recognizing, already doing a tough evaluation for the for that company and for that product. Then why actually it requires to upload this PSC again and again for each customer? Because it may become a difficult for the customer. So rather, if we can make it as a common like in a PSC model. For example, for a unique product, if GeM can certify like that this is a unique product, and the customer can directly purchase it through the PSC model, and there will not be any other issue, it will be very helpful for the customer to purchase in a very simple way. So I thought it might, I mean, it might help in a or in a making it as a symbol, a unique, unique certification for the product. It will be very helpful to, it will be very helpful for the procurement for all the customers or all the government entities. Okay. Yeah, so these are the my few points and how I feel about it. And especially, I would like to, I mean, advise all the entrepreneurs, all the techies, whoever it is. So especially, I request all the people to look in and around problem or happening across us. So if there is any problem that we found, then they can directly, I mean, build the solution for that, and definitely the customer will go for it if it is a product which they really require. So that's my, I mean, a humble suggestion to all the people who are hearing this. Yeah, thank you.
Rashid, thank you very much for extremely insightful ideas and sharing your experience. and a couple of points that I noted was like you love the simplicity and transparency of the system. The process has become much better. You get a PO in 2 weeks, right? Even in private sector, you don't get PO in 2 weeks now. So this is absolutely fantastic, and that's how more people are doing business with government. Uh, and the suggestion that time to get onboarding has to become shorter, right? So that's one of the major suggestions you made. Thank you for this, and wish you all the best as you continue to build solutions that people want to buy, right? And that's what your
Thank you so
advice is
much.
for the
Yeah.
entrepreneurs. I have one more entrepreneur to introduce to the audience, and this is Sujay. And Sujay has been working in primary health delivery. Sujay has, again, like Rashid, has picked up a complex problem, right? In rural, semi-urban areas, healthcare access delivery has been a great challenge. Working with the public health system, creating an enterprise, not an NGO, but an enterprise that works on financially sustainable, operationally scalable model. And that's what Sujay has done over last several years. Absolutely fantastic traction, scale, and especially the rural outreach. So, Sujay, welcome to the panel. And I know you have been working on strengthening public health care system from the private sector as a startup, and you have used and leveraged technology beautifully. What has been your experience working with government system? Because you work with government system, like public health system is run and managed by government, and you work alongside that. So how friendly it is for startups, and what you think needs to be strengthened further in the public procurement system? Sujay.
Thanks a lot, CII. Thanks a lot, GM, for giving us the opportunity to share our journey amongst the stalwarts. So just a quick background. I'm Sujay Satra, founder, CEO at iCure. So iCure, as Manoj was mentioning, is a population health management company that provides last mile primary healthcare using a combination of digital technologies. So we set up, we use the frontline community health workers who are none other than the village members who carry smartphone loaded with our application and medic bags. We provide the services at our remote clinics and hub clinics and through aided telemedicine platform. Till date, we have treated more than 1 million patients, serving 9 million population across 7 states in India, and we aim to touch 50 million population in the next 4 years. And as we are going through the pandemic, one of the major challenges which we have seen is that the healthcare has been working in silos, be it the medical device companies, research organizations, and others. None of them are integrated with each other. So iCure has actually built a collaborative platform wherein we are working with ground partners such as Rotary, Tata Trust, Pradhan. We are working with research partners such as MIT, Michigan, Stanford, McGill. We are working with several device companies, hospitals for a seamless integration to provide affordable and accessible primary healthcare. With regards to the question from Manoj, so for example, recently we backed the contract in the state of Nagaland to provide our telemedicine services across the entire state for 194 PHCs and the sub-centers. And as we also have heard from Rashid that yes, it's indeed a challenge that we had seen earlier whenever it comes to the government procurement. And in order for the GeM to be successful, through my experience and through our experience, I would say is, can we make it more inclusive in nature? So when we say inclusive, can we bring on more self-help groups? Can we bring on more NGOs as part of the platform? And in order to do that, we have to have some presence on the ground. It could be the nodal point. It could be, empowering the common service centers of the CSC so that, because as you know that we have, as we speak, and the government, the state governments need lakhs and lakhs of masks, sanitizers. Why is it that only the privileged large corporates are making the masks and sanitizers? And we have seen that there are a lot of artisans who are making very beautiful standard masks, like for example, be it the terracotta designs and other designs, which many people would be interested. So if we are able to make this whole process of onboarding these sellers as part of the GeM platform through the common service centers so that they understand the process and there are somebody who is there to help them out for the onboarding process. Similarly, we have seen that there are some of the newer technologies to selling water purifiers, which are absolutely fantastic with regards to the technology. there are a lot of self-help groups who are selling sanitary pads, and these are absolutely biodegradable, which is extremely affordable and economical in nature. So through the enabling of the common service centers, through engaging more and more self-help groups as part of the platform, I think we can do wonders. Similarly, post the pandemic, once the vaccine is out, even providing vaccinations up to the last mile, we need more seamless transactions. So I believe that even GeM can play a very strong role in that process as well. So these are some of the mine of thoughts that we can ponder upon. Manoj, I can't hear you. Yeah.
I had muted myself. Sorry. So Suja, thanks for your insights, your business model, and your institutional outreach has become even more important in the post-COVID world, and I'm sure healthcare delivery is going to become one of the major component of procurement on GeM, not just the services, but also the products associated with healthcare delivery. So I think this would be a really big playground for number of startups like you. That's great. So this takes me to our another panelist, Dr. VK Rai Vivek, who is the program director for innovations in Department of Defense Production and manages IDEX. Vivek, the question for you is, defense is complex, right? We don't really have a history of defense startups in our country, and defense requires deep tech expertise and large investment, right? Before a startup becomes even relevant for national security or defense consideration, millions of dollars would have gone into that startup, right? So in order to support such startups and build India's own, Lockheed Martin Corporation or the Salt kind of companies in our country, the investment is huge. And considering it's a high risk area, where most of the competitors will be foreign companies, and if you have a startup in defense, right, how do they compete with the foreign companies in this space, and how can our national procurement system GeM help the indigenous startups?
Thanks, Manoj. Thanks for this very, very relevant issue today. At the outset, let me thank Rajiv for having set the context and highlighting the effectiveness, and also Padmaja for highlighting the credibility that should come along with GeM, and that should facilitate our startups to get into sort of become a global vendor rather than just making India and making for India. And thereafter, we heard from the startups themselves their benefits that the system brings. So I'll tell about where does this IDEX, which is Innovations for Defense Excellence, where does this particular concept fit in? And what Manoj you brought out, it becomes even more relevant today because the nation has launched a number of dedicated efforts towards initiatives like Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India, uh, uh, Make for Global. And there's been a lot of focus on self-reliance, indigenization, innovation, and especially in defense sector. I shall talk about defense sector because IDEX pertains to the defense sector to start with. And as you rightly brought out, that defense has always remained a niche as well as a high risk area, especially if we compare with the developed nations where technology comes first, gets tried and tested there, gets exploited sufficiently before it proliferates into civil or dual use. And in our country, this kind of a trend is yet to start. It has rather not taken off. So because of this very prohibitive nature of the large investments which are needed for defense, with the risk that is associated with it, along with very, very unique application. They have a very, very niche market, very unique market, which is our armed forces. Uh, Along with all these kind of problems, and then a lack of dual use or lack of civil use for these kind of products, somehow this indigenous startup ecosystem has not been able to flourish much in the defense sector. But fortunately, taking it from the Def Expo 2018, which was started in Chennai, During that time, our Prime Minister Ji, he kick-started this initiative called IDEX, Innovations for Defense Excellence. And since then, it is committed to setting up a culture of innovating things, indigenizing and infusing this kind of innovative products in defense through young and agile Indian startups. And towards this intention, IDEX has designed a much shorter runway for indigenous startups to take off and emerge as indigenous supplier of import substitute for defense, besides bringing a lot of innovation into our armed forces. This is aptly supported by a team of partner incubators which comprises IITs, IIM Ahmedabad, CII Group, ISC Bangalore, etc., who support the startups in taking this whole concept forward. And while we do all this, we also have a very, very tight handholding by service officers who act as nodal officers for taking during the entire product development process, which goes on under Innovations for Defense Excellence, IDEX. So this becomes our most crucial risk mitigation aspect that we have as of now, that a service officer is all the startup to ensure that he's on the right track. And in case any course correction is required to be offered, the service officer facilitates that. And since the product which is so co-created is in line with the requirements of defense, it becomes a very, very seamless integration into our national procurement system through GeM. And since IDEX is in a very, very nascent stage, just been close to rather less than 2 years, I'm also very happy to announce that one of our IDEX product has already gone into GeM, and they have found a very, very short runway through Startup Runway initiative of GeM, and they've got listed under GeM. And we are looking forward to getting more and more of our startups getting their products registered under GeM. How I look at it is the IDEX is a very, very appropriate conduit to support the startups through our partner incubators so that their products are already aligned to the requirements which suits them to become a GeM supplier, getting their products registered under GeM. And one aspect which really Padmaja brought out, that the credibility that comes with a product which is getting registered under GeM, that should make the startup sell that yes, it should be taken care of by our systems like IDEX, which have been started. One small aspect again I would like to touch upon is again because it involves a lot of R&D also for getting any innovation introduced into armed forces. I would like to also touch upon that few aspects that get addressed through our IDEX system is that a part of this R&D cost is borne by the armed forces itself. We are funding the startups, and a bit of R&D which otherwise the startup could not have afforded is borne by us. So startups get to partner with the defense PSUs, they get to partner with DIO, they get to partner with the Ordnance Factory Board, OFBs, for productionization, acceleration, or scaling up their products. And all this happens along with the startup owning their own IPR during the course of developing the product. And of course, the GPR and margin rights, etc., as applicable, are also available, but they own their IPR and they seamlessly get their product introduced into GeM. So I once again thank CII and GeM for this wonderful opportunity to highlight the way IDEX is supporting the startups to get their products introduced under GeM. Thank you, Manoj. Thanks.
Thank you, Vivek. I think at this point of time, I'll check if we have any question from audience. And if not, I will go back to Rajiv.
Yeah, thank you. I would think, if you permit, I would like to just, there have been some wonderful suggestions coming in from my colleagues, Padmaja, Rashid, Sujay. If I would just like to briefly respond to them as to what is the way forward that we are thinking on these issues. And maybe I could also have suggestions from my colleagues as to how we could do it better. Padmaja has, as only she can, because she's been working so closely with startups, she's given some very, very appropriate suggestions. One thing that she gave, one suggestion given by her was that we need to have an SLA, service level kind of a deadline, timeline to each activity as far as the certification process of the product and brand approval process on GeM is concerned. Now we have been getting the feedback. This was about 4 or 5 months earlier that our product and brand approval process was very, very delayed. And in fact, Rashid also pointed out to this that it was taking too long a time. What we undertook was, as a response, was a massive exercise where we completely revamped our product and brand approval systems. And as on today, we take 3 or 4 days. I think 96 hours is the SLA within which a brand or a product approval has to be conveyed. Of course, if all the documents are in order. Padmaja made another very valid point, which is about making the marketplace less framework based. Now, this is one of the key challenges that we face today. And I would just like to share with this esteemed panel as to what we are trying to do to make this happen. What we have envisaged is now we will enable the buyers or to create categories on the fly. Today, what is happening is the kind of feedback that we get that if a buyer comes to buy on the marketplace, there are no product categories. There is a kind of a procedure by which he points it out to us through a request management protocol, and then we take steps to create those products. What we are going to do now is, if the buyer intends to buy some product or a category which is not available, we will give him a functionality wherein he can himself create the category and send invites to the active sellers who can then be onboarded to that category. Another important point coming up was regarding the working capital needs. And I'm happy to announce that very soon we are going to come up, this would be within the next month, that we have developed a complete seamless integration system. We are already integrated with the TREDS platform, wherein the bill discounting facility is there. Now we are going to integrate with iSpirit, and the moment any seller, leave alone a startup, any seller gets a work order, bags a work order on GeM, he would be prompted through a seamless functionality if he would like to have working capital to serve this work order, and he would be open to banks, and banks would have an online auction mechanism to give him a line of credit. So that is something that we are very soon going to come with. AMC, Rashid has pointed out that we don't have an AMC functionality yet, but this is something which is essentially going to be a part of the GeM 4.2. We are going to have a package wherein the annual maintenance charges can be together carted along with the product. And Sujay made a very interesting point, which was about making the platform more inclusive. He specifically talked about self-help groups, artisans, weavers. So I would like to just state here that we have started a program with Ministry of Textiles, wherein we have now integrated with their database, and already we have about 7,000 weavers and about 3,500 artisans who are there on the platform, they are available on the platform, their products are being onboarded. So this is something which we have developed through an seamless API integration exercise. So any weaver or any artisan who is available on the database of the Ministry of Textiles is automatically sent an invite through the GeM platform to get his products registered here. We also have a similar mechanism now available with the Ministry of Rural Development, and more than 700 products of self-help groups are today available online at the marketplace. A similar facility is also available now with Ministry of Tribal Affairs, and the Tri-Fed marketplace is a beautiful store. I recommend, if you have the time, please go and visit it. Tribes India store is now completely integrated with GeM, and any buyer intending to buy can directly go onto GeM and buy through the Tribes India store. So these are some of the recent initiatives as far as the our challenge of addressing inclusivity on the platform we are trying to address. certainly I have taken note of some very relevant feedback, suggestions given to me by my colleagues, and we shall be certainly looking forward to working on these issues. Thank you so much.
Rajiv, thank you so much for, your openness for taking the feedback from all the participants, and also your explanation of, some of the questions which have been raised. So thanks for this, and this adds to a collective knowledge of all of us. And now we have few, I think 6 minutes left. We don't have questions in the queue, so maybe I'll give a minute and a half each to all the participants to make their concluding remarks, and starting with Padmaja.
So, the way I look at this, Manoj, is GeM started as a great platform to bring transparency and enable, ease in public procurement process. I think where GeM is going and where it actually can go is huge. It can almost become the center of the ecosystem of public procurement. And I think if there is a vision there, be it, and I don't mean only for startups, right? I think it's very important to get all stakeholders right there and then, because we are currently more or less tripartite. There is startups or companies which are giving the products. We have the public procurement procurers, and now, as Rajiv said, he's bringing in different kinds of funding, be it debt or investors. I think there is a huge opportunity for talent pool to come in for this. There's a huge opportunity for certifications to be sitting here, not at the back end, right up in the front end. I think there is a huge opportunity for public procurers to talk about their pain points, so actually startups can go and start innovating for it. I did mention about export opportunities to be opened up. So I think actually GeM is sitting in a very nice place, very, and it can be center of it. So I honestly think with Rajiv and Anurag and the entire team, congratulations to bringing it this far. But that's the problem with people like us. We're never satisfied. We think you can do much more because you've achieved. So take it forward. Wherever you need help, feel free to reach out. We of course know each other offline as well. But happy to engage, happy to help draw up frameworks, help in any way. But really nice opportunity. Sitting on it, take it forward and make it happen for the country.
Thank you, Padmaja. And Rashid?
Nice to see, Padmaja, that you've not lost any of your enthusiastic streak. And remarks coming from you are really welcome. Thank you so much.
Rashid, 1 minute.
Sure. Thank you, Rajiv sir. And it was a wonderful announcement that there is going to, support the startups or all the companies with the working capital. It is a wonderful thing, because right now, if we can manage all those expenses through the GeM itself, it is nothing like that we can compare. So I really appreciate that thing from the GeM. And especially, as I said earlier, the GeM will be the next, emerging sector for the purchase, for the procurement, and to make ease the business everywhere. So it would be great if you could, add those suggestions into your, facilitating more ease of the business with all the suggestions from everyone from here in this panel. And thank you so much, and especially thanks to Anurag sir also, who was always supporting the initiative to get the procurement, because on the initial time there was a quite challenges in the sense like how to take the order and which options. So that all kind of things, Anurag sir, he done in a good way, and it was a good thing. And
thank you.
Now I think.
Thank you, Rashid. Thanks for your wrap up. And Sujay.
Yeah, I think post-pandemic leads more and more people preferring to buy online through the government marketplace, and I can see that this definitely has the potential of becoming one of the largest marketplaces globally when it comes to the government procurements. So definitely all the best for that.
Thank you, Sajay and Vivek. Vivek, any concluding points? You are mute. Vivek, you are mute. Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, Yeah, say, I would only like to conclude that all the agencies, say like IDEX platform that we have, which are making products for unique applications like for defense or DRDO or for DPSUs, uh, I feel that GeM can create a dual use or civil use of our product even much before the IDEX platform can envisage to create that kind of a dual. The GeM rightly offers a very wide, nationwide visibility to our product that we are making under IDEX initiative, and I'm sure it is GeM is soon going to facilitate a global reach for our indigenous startups and for their products.
Thank you,
So,
Vivek. Thanks a
thank you.
lot. And thank you, Rajiv, Padmaja, Vivek, Rashid, and Sujay for being awesome panel and adhering to the time. We concluded in 60 minutes, which is absolutely fantastic. GeM has made a difference to India's procurement system, but as Padmana said, it is beyond procurement now. It becomes multi-stakeholder marketplace, providing multiple benefits to the country and multiple stakeholders. So that's great. On this, we will close the panel and see you, all of you, sometime soon, post-COVID world.
Thanks, Manoj.
Thanks.
This couldn't have happened without you and your anchoring. So really thank you.
No, thanks.
Thank you,
Thank you,
so
everybody.
much.
Have a great day.
Thank you,
Bye.
everyone.
Thank
Bye.
you. Thank you, everyone, for an extremely helpful session, and it has helped us understand the business and social strategies needed to align startups with government values. Dr. Kanpal, it was great that you spoke of the inclusion of artisans in this portal, because our next discussion is on enabling participation of SHGs, artisans and weavers in public procurement through GeM. And the session will start from 12 p.m. I'll request participants to join 10 minutes prior to the session. Thank you.
But we thought we'd tell you who we're not. Let's start here. We're not in shipping. We don't make lifts. Seriously, no lifts. We do this. We're good at this. And we make all of these. And even though you'll find us here and here, we don't make energy. We make you save it. And you'll be saving the environment too. Are we an internet company? Well, we connect and power just about everything around you. Helping machines talk to each other and to you, making your world more personal. We're seeking out the big questions and answering them honestly. Like, how can we make the most of our energy and resources? Or can we make access to energy and digital basic human rights? We're real people, employees, developers, partners, investors, and inventors, all passionate about doing what's right. We're open, humans of all sorts from all over, learning from each other and about each other. We're not here to save the world. It'll go on with or without us. We're here to help power and connect what we do every day, to ensure life is on everywhere, for everyone, at every moment. We are Godrej. That's us, in ruby, green, and blue. And this is a story of the little things we do. It started with a little thing we made to protect you and your things. Over 100 years on, we're still doing the same, except it now has wings. Little things that will take you places you can't get to on an airplane. And little things that circle the earth and tell our farmers when it will rain. Little things that keep our animal friends hale and hearty. And little things that keep kids healthy and naughty. Little things that keep not just our homes, but even medicines and vaccines cool. And little things that rinse away dirt and allergens, so your little ones don't miss a day of school. Little things that make washing hands so much fun. And some that make your cars and homes smell like spring. Little things that keep diseases away. And some that make your hair shine and swing. Little things that help you make things. Big, small, and everything in between. And little things that help carry those things to places far and even unseen. Little things, or should we say little spaces, where you live, work, and play. And little things you keep in those spaces to sit, sleep, or just put things away. Locks, soaps, buildings, and missiles. Well, there are quite a few. These are some of the little things we do.
When in 1897 we started manufacturing locks, we weren't just making in India. We were envisioning a self-reliant India. When in 1920 we manufactured soap from vegetable oil, we weren't just making in India. We were showing the world a humane way to meet human needs. When in 1951 we built India's first ballot boxes, we weren't just making in India. We were partaking in India's journey towards becoming the world's largest democracy. When in 1955 we made Asia's first typewriters, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing to the nation's mission of propelling women into the workforce. When in 1958 we made refrigerators, we weren't just making in India. We were supporting the movement of freeing women from the kitchen. When in 1984 we introduced mosquito repellent mats, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing towards making India free from vector-borne diseases. When in in 1991, we started making products that sustainably increased crop yields. We weren't just making in India. We were doing our bit to help farmers double their income. When in 2010, we committed that each of our real estate developments would be certified green projects, we weren't just making in India. We were doing our bit to make sustainability a way of urban living. When in 2013, we made key components for India's first Mars mission, we weren't just making in India. We were participating in Free India's most glorious moment. For over 120 years, during the journey of our nation's independence, we haven't just been making in India. We have been passionately doing wonders towards making India.
Three, two, one.
something keeping me awake. Step by step, good foot will show you how to do it. Please, show you how to do it.
Managers. Blue Star, built on trust. ब्लू स्टार इन्वर्टर एसी गर्मी के छक्के छुड़ा दे, चाहे घर पर पूरी क्रिकेट टीम ही क्यों ना हो। ब्लू स्टार इन्वर्टर एसी के 30% ज्यादा कूलिंग जब गर्मी हो ज्यादा।
We are frequently heard calling ourselves a technology company which sells a product rather than a product company. To understand this, one needs to go back to the beginning of time. When my father and I were running a small manufacturing unit, we decided to invest in an IBM PC compatible due to my interest in programming. At the same time, we wanted to get some business applications which we could also use for our factory. My father sat through 3 or 4 of the demos, which would last 15 minutes to half an hour, with him staring blankly at the screen, unable to understand anything. The salespeople who had come would tell him, "But this is how computers work." His response still echoes in my mind. When I buy a car, I want to be a driver and not a mechanic. I want to run my business, not run your computer. It was to become my challenge to see if someone like my father could use a business system. After an enthusiastic few months of effort, my first demo was ready for him. It lasted only 2 minutes. The demo started very well, with my starting to create a payment transaction. The date was already filled in. At a field labeled expense account, I typed T001. He asked, "What is T001? I said it was the code for traveling expenses. So he said, "Why don't you enter traveling expenses instead?" My response, "Well, you see, a computer understands codes and does not understand English," ended the demo. "I don't understand you," he said. "All along, you have told me that computers are dumb machines which do not understand anything. And now you tell me that they understand codes but not English. Can you first make me understand?" So I had to choose my words a little carefully now. I said, "Actually, it is much easier to write programs which understand codes than it is to write programs which understand English." His response is easily the backbone of where we are today. Are you writing programs to make life of the programmer easier or life of the user easier? This one insight changed the entire outlook of what problem are we trying to solve. It has led to solving problems of database stability in hostile power environments, solving for your distributed application never getting virus affected, solving for simplifying entry of dates and amounts without needing to train someone. And the list is really endless. This one statement also set new benchmarks for what the word simplicity stands for, and not to have any excuse for inability to solve for it. One learned that allowing people to run their business meant that the software needs to adapt to their way of working and not the other way around. It led to creation of flexibility, which was unheard of in business systems, allowing people to remain disorganized if they so wished, yet increasing their efficiency. From the very early days, one discovered that existing technologies are not constructed to achieve these goals. Thus was laid the foundation of a technology company which sells products. These are the foundations on which Tally was born and continues to be run.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Good
Alkaji?
afternoon, everyone.
Good
Thank you
afternoon.
for joining in.
We will start the session in another few minutes. Just give us
Okay.
some time. We'll wait for everybody to join.
So I think I can see all the panelists there, Shreya, except for Mr. Praveen Krishna. Praveer Krishna. So if you can just, somebody can call him and ask him to join also.
So we have a team member who is on that. So just give us maybe 2 or 3 more minutes and we'll start the session.
Sure, no problem. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello,
Hello,
Mr.
good afternoon.
Good
Am I audible?
afternoon, Mr. Singh. I'm just trying to test my mic. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Sure.
you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning. It's about to be afternoon, so before it turns afternoon. Thank you so much for your questions, Ms. Dhingra. That was very kind of you. We gave you a lot of homework.
Yeah. No, but I think I was a little slow in catching up this time. Unfortunately, I was traveling.
Okay.
And so I got a little, otherwise I would have sent the questions. Actually, I should have sent them a day earlier. In fact, we
No
should have
problem.
also had the call a day earlier.
That's
But thanks everyone for joining at a short notice yesterday. It was good to at least say hello to everyone.
Yes. And you've been a very brave girl. You've been traveling.
Yeah. Actually, I've already got COVID
Oh
and
my
I've
God.
got cured.
Okay. Oh,
So,
lovely. So
yeah, so I'm
we have to learn from you now.
yeah.
I love to learn.
Yeah, I never got a chance to really stop and because I've been working and I was up and about except for the initial lockdown when there was a very strict lockdown. So on June 14th I got COVID and then I recovered at home. They did put me on hydrochloroquine, but otherwise I recovered at home.
June
So now
14th
I
is...
believe I have some antibodies which will last me for a couple of months at least.
Lovely. So we know
Yeah.
where to come to if we need help.
Anytime.
Thank you. That's so kind of you.
Good afternoon, Alkaji.
Alkaji is here.
I can see her.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Madhuri.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Paritoshji. I can see you as well.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ruchi. So I think everyone from the panel is pretty much here.
So let us start the session, ma'am. Welcome to the panel discussion on enabling participation of SHGs, artisans, weavers, and TriFed, that is the Tribal Cooperative Marketing Development Association of India, in public procurement through GeM. The session will be moderated by Ms. Rinki Dhingra, President, CII Indian Women Network. Our panelists are Dr. Madhavi Panda, Founder and Director, Parinama Development Foundation, Dr. Parito Singhal, ACEO GeM, Mr. Praveer Krishna, Managing Director, TriFed, Ms. Alka Upadhyaya, Additional Secretary, NRLM, Ministry of Rural Development, Dr. Neeta Pradhan Das, International Technical and Vocational Education and Social Development Expert, Ms. Ruchi Rastogi, Founder Director, Hunar Foundation. Before we start the session, I will request our panelists to keep themselves on mute when they are not speaking. I will now request Ms. Rinki Dhingra to proceed with the discussion. Ms. Dhingra, over to you, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very honored and privileged to be hosting this and moderating this very, very critical and sort of time-bound panel discussion, which has been hosted by CII, GeM, and the ministry today. I think this is a topic which we've all been associated with GeM in one way or the other for a long time. And we've always been talking about women empowerment and women inclusion in GeM. And I think today GeM has really touched a broader base of people by focusing on social inclusion as one of its core values, and increasing the participation of niche sellers, tribal women, self-help groups, women entrepreneurs, artisans, weavers, NGOs, startups, and MSME. And these are the sectors, if we see, which have faced a lot of challenges in terms of getting included in GeM or onboarding on GeM. If I talk about self-help groups, the Saras collection, which now showcases daily products made by rural health self-help groups, is getting included. Almost 1,000 SHGs have been listed with more than 500 products across 5 categories. And, those five categories are essentially handicrafts, handlooms, office accessories, grocery and pantry, and personal care and hygiene. TriFit again has got completely aligned to GeM, and we can view the entire Tribes India e-store, which is a dedicated portal for focusing on exquisite handicrafts from across India. And they have nearly 5,000 products which are over there, and many entrepreneurs. And one important thing which has happened is that they've made it, in local languages, everything's been made available, so that onboarding of these people has been very easy, or has become easier on GeM. And of course, GeM is also holding many online webinars, etc., to facilitate the onboarding at this point in time. Ministry of Textiles, again, women play a very important and critical role in craft and weaving, and more than 21 lakh weavers are there across the country who've now, we are trying to align them to GeM and, take it forward. And of course, the Ministry of Minority Affairs is also, in terms of Hunar Haat, which is the platform, is getting aligned to GeM as well. So today we've gathered here. I think when you cross the first step, you really come to the second one, and we really have to focus on the other issues which the artisans and SHGs will face once they are onboarded or while they're being onboarded. And therefore, we have an esteemed panel with us together today, which will focus on some of the issues which they faced while onboarding, and how do we take this very, very important agenda of social inclusion forward. And towards this, I would request, the panelists to first introduce themselves and share their experience, whatever it has been on the onboarding process, how they've, in whatever capacity they are associated. And I would request Shri Alka Upadhyay ji, she's the Additional Secretary, NRLM, Ministry of Rural Development, to please introduce ma'am and begin the session.
Thank you so very much for inviting me to this panel today. And it's indeed a pleasure, because I represent the lot of women who are really at the far end, and they're now trying to make their journey onwards to become entrepreneurs. So just before I begin, sorry for the goof up, how many minutes do I have so that I don't kind of overstep my time?
So, ma'am, you have about 4 to 5 minutes for your first introduction. And the way the panel discussion, so I must also say that we have 6 panelists with us today. So you have 5 minutes each to give your introductory speech. And then after that, there is a set of questions which we have, which I will be putting up to each one of you, and you can comment on those. And okay, then we'll have maybe a little bit time for audience questions as well.
Perfect. So thank you so much. So I'll be talking about the journey of the self-help group women from where they started, from being sustenance or being sustainable in terms of their day-to-day needs to now becoming entrepreneurs. And RLM has done a great work in terms of making inroads into the rural areas for developing and building up the capacities of women. We today have about 6 crore women organized into about 68 lakh self-help groups across the country. And these women are now moving ahead. And as I said, their journey now is to become entrepreneurs. A lot has happened. I'm not getting into the details at this point in time, but a lot of things have happened. And I would first start by saying a good credit history has been created by these women. In the times when there are a lot of NPAs, the bankers and financial institutions are now struggling with NPAs. Our women are those who have accessed about 2.9 lakh crore of rupees and NPA less than 2%. I think this is phenomenal, and it just reflects on the kind of ethics and capacity that has been built around them. So that is point number one. Number two, since I'll be talking about entrepreneurship and how GeM has come to help us. So today we are moving into the area where we have about 168 producer enterprises in various fields. So right from dairying activities to commodity arrangement to some, even Madhubani paintings, for example, that producer group has been created. In fact, the producer enterprises, which are registered entities, have been created. We have about 86,000 producer groups in the women, wherein women are coming together to aggregate their stuff, which is largely agriculture produce, and then they are selling this. Of course, there's some non-farm produce, but we have to go along with that. And the recent very encouraging intervention that we made was creating entrepreneurs in 140 blocks. We have set up small micro enterprises. About 1 lakh entrepreneurs have been created, I would say, in this short span of 2 to 3 years. And again here, we give small community enterprise fund, which is about 5 crores of rupees. And with this, they are able to set up their enterprise. The return here is also about 99%. So there's a lot of ethics that has been built in. This is the point that I've been trying to say on all forums, that these are your loyal customers. Please do come and help them. Now, what is required ahead? So what is required ahead for them is to design their products or to improve their products, which can move up the value chain and give them better prices. For example, if wheat is being sold, so wheat is being sold at MSP, but what can happen? How they can get better prices for wheat? So there are 2 or 3 things here. One is the kind of wheat which is being produced, or maybe organic wheat, or better quality of wheat, or less intensive pesticides or natural wheat which is being grown. If we have that, then they can move up the value chain. Similarly, this goes on for so many other products in the non-farm sector. So while Madhubani painting traditionally, it was just a small square piece or a painting, but now you're seeing this Madhubani painting on folders, on bags, on so many other things, saris, dupattas, etc. So an input into their design is important. Secondly, how they can access finance, that is important. And thirdly, and wherein we really lack is sale. So what was happening earlier, we were doing these Saras fairs across the country. We used to have about 40 Saras fairs across the country. And I know for myself, a lot of people here in Delhi used to wait for the Saras fairs to happen, where they would go and buy different kinds of aggregate produce, or also the non-farm side produce. Where the reliability was very high, or the quality was very high. So we started working with the self-help group women in these Saras fairs, and we started talking about branding. I remember there was a time when they would get their pickles and so on and so forth in buckets and sell them off, tie karke in a polythene bag. But now if you come and visit our Saras fairs, you will see that all of them are nicely, neatly packaged and branded with FSSAI branding as well. So this is an area where we need to work a lot to work.
Hello. I think there's been a technical snag. We should have her back in a minute.
Ma'am, we can continue with the next speaker.
And we just want to see how our products move. So this has been channeled now. About 600 products have been uploaded, but we are seeing that we are not able to sell even now. Not so much of selling has happened. So the logistics support at the back end is important. The kind of products that we put up on Saras is going to be important. So there are a lot of things that need to be done, although we are very happy to be on this platform, which is really the future of our self-help women and selling of their products. So I'll stop here. I would love to listen to the other panelists and then be happy to answer any of the questions that are raised. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you so much for letting us know the wonderful work which has happened. And I must say that you brought to our notice that these women have the acumen and the DNA to really be doing business with the establishing such a good credit history for themselves. I think with a little bit of support and handholding, I can really see them going much further ahead in their lives and in their careers. I would now request Shri Praveen Krishna ji from TriFit to also share his experience.
Ma'am,
he's not here with us at the moment, so I'm going to request Paritosh Singhal ji, a CEO GeM, on sharing your experience, sir, about this whole process.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, sorry, everybody, and thank you so much for giving opportunity to me for discussing this important topic, enabling participation of SHGs, TriFed, artisans and weavers. So, small things are very important in life, and so are our small entrepreneurs, artisans and weavers. The irony is that these people were the most deprived lots, and they were not getting any opportunity in public procurement. The bottlenecks are basically two: opportunities and their enablement. We have been talking of Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat, and I particularly feel that there is a need that we make these entrepreneurs, artisans and weavers to be Atmanirbhar, and we have to encourage them and support them so that they can come in the public procurement program. And technology can really play an important role for enablement. GeM is such national platform which immediately is of very much useful to this kind of thing. Social inclusion is one of the core value of GeM, and we are focusing on ensuring participation of all women entrepreneurs, self-help groups, artisans, weavers, micro entrepreneurs, and so that they can, whatever challenges they are facing, they are removed. We are creating space for these self-help groups and artisans so that they can come and sell their products on GeM. Earlier, we had opened up for MSMEs and women entrepreneurs, and really the statistics shows that we have today more than 112,000 MSMEs, 30,000 women entrepreneurs on our portal. And it is good to tell you that our total selling on GeM, which has happened about 58,000 crore, more than 50% of that comes from MSME. So that is the efficacy of this portal. And keeping that thing in view only, in discussions with the Ministry of Rural Development and other ministries, we have launched a Saras collection, which is very useful for these rural development, for these SHGs and artisans to showcase their products. So Saras collection is a pristine handicraft collection for daily use items, and we have created 5 special categories for these SHGs. As you were mentioning, they are handicrafts, handloom textiles, office accessories, personal hygiene care, grocery and pantry items. These are just the broad categories. Inside, if you see, there are many more categories, subdivision of these categories. And many of the SHGs have already uploaded their products, and they are participating, and they are now ready to do business on GeM. And the main advantage is that on GeM, there is no marketing cost. They can simply come and upload their product, and that will start selling. They have access of more than 45,000 buyers on GeM. So without making any marketing effort, their product is being showcased to all these buyers. There is a cost saving to them, and naturally on GeM there is a faster payment and faster acceptance. So these people will be getting a lot of benefit out of these features, and our buyers will be able to also buy these heritage products and also the products made by these self-help groups easily through the portal, for which they don't have to go anywhere outside. And this is a good situation for buyers as well as sellers. Similarly, for TriFed also, we have launched Tribes India store, There's a dedicated portal for their handicrafts, tribal handicrafts, handloom, apparels, and all that. More than 5,000 products are there. We have created about 48 categories for these people also, and this is again going to be a very, very useful opportunity for TriFed and all these SSGs. Thank you.
I would now request Dr. Madhvi Panda, who's the founder and director at Hanami Development Foundation, to kindly introduce herself. We are not being able to hear you. I think there's some problem because we can't hear you. We can't hear you at all, Madhvi. No, we can't hear you. Okay, so there's some technical issue. I think somebody needs to help Dr. Madhvi because we are not being able to hear her.
Ms. Dhingra, we can start with Ms. Sangeeta Mahendra, Executive Director, TriFed. She'll be stepping in place of Praveer Krishna, Managing Director. So we can have her speak.
Yeah. Sure. So, over to you, Sangeeta ji.
Yeah, I'm not able to hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly.
Yes, okay, I think I have a bandwidth problem, so do excuse me on that. Yeah, I'm Sangeeta Mahendra from TriFed. As you may be aware, TriFed is under the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, Government of India. So we are marketing the products of the tribal artisans, the tribal SHGs and tribal NGOs, where the majority tribal artisans are involved. So we have over about 1.25 lakh, beneficiaries in this regard all over the country in the 27 states where the tribal population exists. So TriFed has empaneled them, and we so far have been doing retail marketing through our 121 showrooms which are across the country, with 10 being in the airports as well. So the products are over 1 lakh, ranging from 8 kind of categories, right from tribal textiles, jewelry, and cane and bamboo, gifts and assortments, and others. And plus, now we have the essential items and the immunity boosters, which we are promoting. So it's been actually a boon to have GeM as a platform, and TriFed has registered, and we have brought a lot of products there, and we are promoting the same through our ministry and through different ministries so that people should come up and buy them. Besides this, we are also on other e-commerce platforms of Amazon, Flipkart, Snapdeal, and we have our own tribesindia.com. But associating with GeM is going to help us because we have an outreach to the government sector from the central government ministries, the state governments, and the different institutions. So in this regard, TriFed in this COVID-19 situation is also promoting heavily on the social media. This platform, the GeM platform, where we are presently available, and across other Instagram and Facebook as well. So our effort is, in this entire effort is that we bring the products, and our artisans get a minimum support price in this, where there's a built-in 20 to 30% profit for our artisans. This is what we ensure. Our TriFed, the establishment cost is all a grant in aid from the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. Our entire setup, our entire overheads, our from salaries to rentals, everything is borne under a grant in aid. So I would say that this is a kind of a support, minimum support to the artisans to bring their products on GeM and other platforms and sell them. So the journey started in about 3 years. We were at a very small scale earlier, where we were selling about 14 crores, and now from 2017, ever since Mr. Praveer Krishna came as our managing director, there is a big boost and a big push which has been given to this sector to involve our grassroots artisans and NGOs and self-help groups in this helping them to get remunerative prices. So as of today, last year at 1920, we had a sales turnover of 40 crores. 40 crore means that this money goes directly to the artisans. Whatever we buy also, the entire money is given to the artisan with a small markup, which we take only for publicity purpose. So we also take the artisans to exhibitions, and we organize Adi Mahotsav in different cities across the country, and also participate in international exhibitions. But with this situation, lockdown situation at the moment, so these are the platforms we look forward to give a push in the sales of the artisans by onboarding them directly on the on these platforms on GeM and other platforms which were coming. The MSMEs, NSIC platform also, we are getting them registered with the registrations, and so that they can get benefit of financial assistance, as well they can sell their products directly where B2B and B2C as well. So this is a small thing which TriFed has been doing, and with a small effort starting from 2017, we've come to 40 crores, and this year we are planning, even in this situation, going up to 95 crores. That is the ambition which we have, and also going up to 10 lakh tribal artisans. Now in this COVID situation, when the artisans cannot come to us, so we have made making a present drive through the district collectors, where our officers and our staff is going to go in our own vehicles, in TriFed vehicles, down till the districts to empanel them and to get the products sourced. So we are in this regard for empanelment and registration, we are having online meetings with the artisans. So both in real time and virtual meetings are being held with the artisans for registration and empanelment and onboarding them to a GeM platform, as well as TriFed's platform and NSIC's platform. So I would request that all partners, we are in touch with NABARD, we are in touch with KVC, we are in touch with state organization, with MSME, the Ajivika mission at the grassroots level, SRLM, and MSME also, DCH and DC Handicrafts, their list we've taken, and we're trying to onboard as many tribal artisans and tribal majority self-help groups and NGOs into this push which we are giving, in this drive which we are making for livelihood generation of the tribals and their entrepreneurship development. Besides this, we have a separate program which is called Vandhan Yojana, under which we are getting tribal SAGs organized through the state implementing agencies, which are the state tribal development departments and their bodies, for making small groups with other than the artisan groups, that is for the minor forest produce, that is other than non-timber forest produce which are there, and their value addition. So it is a primary level activity which we are trying to promote through SAG development, their cluster development in 300 groups, and ultimately grouping these 300 groups of SAGs into bigger groups. That is, we have the community development, cluster development programs which are being funded. So it is the SAG, then it is forming in 300 of such tribal groups, which are about 20 to 30 SAGs grouped together into a Kendra. The Kendra is a value addition center, and with the grouping of 300 people, they get the power of the yield, the quantity, the quality as well. And TriFed is funding the training program as well as value addition tools which are being given to them. So we are linking right from the Kendra to secondary value additions, and then tertiary value additions. So in this regard, TriFed is also putting up 2 centers. One is in the heartland of Chhattisgarh, the tribal heartland of the country, that is Jagdalpur, and one in Raigad in Maharashtra. Value addition centers which will ultimately function as tertiary value addition centers. I'll give an
Thank
example.
you so much, Sangeeta ji. Thank you so much, because the time limit was about 5 minutes. Thank you so much for
So
an
this is
overview.
another setup. So I'll just conclude, Rinki, that these are the centers which are going to function, and they are again livelihood generation programs which will get linked to a supplier channel, and where we are promoting today's COVID situations. Then the immunity boosters we are getting to the market.
Okay.
So thanks, Rinki. Thank you so much.
No,
Thank you.
we still need you here, ma'am. If because we have pointed questions coming to you after this, after we finish with the introduction of all the panelists who are there. So
Thanks,
some things about the supply chain and logistics, etc. We really would like to understand in detail from you. So we'll just come back to you for that. Dr. Madhvi, can we check if your sound is working now? I would request all the participants to use only 5 minutes for introduction. Otherwise, we'll get, the Q&A will not be possible. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. No. I think there's something wrong with the mic, or, that's because we can't hear you at all. I'm quickly going to move on to Dr. Neeta Pradhan, International Technical and Vocational Education and Social Development Expert. Madhviji, I'd request if you can keep trying to see how to fix the sound, because we don't want to lose a panelist like you. Maybe you could connect from your phone or from something else, because if it's not working on the laptop, yes, please, if you can just connect from your mobile phone. Yeah. Okay, Dr. Neeta.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dhingra. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clear.
Thank you so much. I'd like to first thank CII, who's my alma mater. I've been with them for a decade now. And what I've learned so far, other than my research, has been with them. I've actualized all my research through CII. And GeM and Womania, of course. We've been very close. Anuragji and Womania have been soulmates. We've brainstormed. We've, I think, faced every challenge that has come our way. And now, Ms. Dhingra, I think you'll agree that Womania has become literally a face of every woman who wants to, get on board as an entrepreneur. So I think that's been a situation. I think Dr.
Madhviji, you'll have to disconnect from the computer, otherwise there'll be too much sound echo. So just disconnect from the computer. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, yes, Dr. Neeta.
So thank you for this opportunity, because, I know there are esteemed panelists here who have done a lot of work on ground from the ministries, and we have a seller here. I am neither a buyer or a seller, but I speak to both of them. So that's the privilege that I feel I am in. So I take points from both of them and try and see how we can meet their challenges, how we can ease what they're doing already. So that's the conversation I have with GeM all the time. And I come from a place of research and actioning the research, because everywhere I go, whether I travel within India or outside India, I think India has some of the best policies in place. The policy construct is beautiful, but why are we not able to deliver? So that's a point that I have within me. So I think all the time I'm trying to figure out, where is the loophole? Where is the gap that we're feeling? Why is it not reaching the masses? Why are we not being able to deliver that beautiful policy that we put in place? So that's really where my interest is. And, while I was on my research, I think all the more I was convinced that a good policy can actually save lives and livelihoods. So that's where I come from. And I think I will be happy to really answer the questions later. But at the moment, just to give you a little background, is that, I'm really, my passion is to see that the policy that we have is implemented well, and it reaches the people that need to be reached. So that's my limited introduction right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that, Neeta ji. Dr. Madhvi, let's check your sound now. Dr. Madhvi, if you can unmute and speak, please. No, I don't think it's happening still. So we are going to move to Ms. Ruchi Rastogi, who's the founder director at Hunar Foundation.
Yeah, I am audible. Hello.
Yes.
Panelists. Hello. Hello.
We can hear you,
Part
ma'am.
of this, yeah, I am obliged to be a part of this esteemed panelist. I am Ruchi Rastogi, founder director of Hon'ble Foundation. It's an NGO working for skill development and creating sustainable livelihood opportunities for women and physically disabled people from rural areas and urban slum areas. So we started our journey in 2016. Although by profession I'm a chartered accountant, I left back. Started this NGO because in my previous organization, I was in finance department. I was working closely with these under. These women have a lot of creativity, lot of skills, and somehow these skills can be utilized to create livelihood for these women. So in a way, we are working for gender equality and saving environment. So we give them harder skills, training on harder skills as well as softer skills, because these are the women who have never their houses. So we approach to the grassroots level. We train these women on various handicraft products. Apart from them, we train them on how to market your products, their personality development, their communication skills, and so many other fields. Once they are trained, these women have to undergo some test, and once they clear the test, we connect them to our production units. So the marketing part again, as of now, we are doing the marketing part. So we have various PSUs, corporate or financial institutions as our customers. And with COVID, and again, the products which we are working are all natural, eco-friendly, upcycled products. With COVID round the corner, a lot of difficulties are being faced by these women. On the one hand, because of the fear of this corona, these women are not willing to come out of their houses for the trading purpose. And on the other hand, the gift products, the gifting items which we were manufacturing, we are not able to find order for these products. So there is a very complex kind of problem which we are facing, and with GeM and e-commerce and the digital platforms, we are hoping to get a good opportunity to connect with various buyers on a bulk scale. But I'm really happy with the way we get registered in GeM, the kind of assistance we get from Anuragji and his team. But and I do have a lot of respect for the kind of platform we have been provided, but I don't want this platform to be just another government policy written on papers. So it's been around 1.5 or 2 years. We are a seller, and it's been around 2 years, but we are not able to sell the products through GeM portal. And I wish to sell our products through GeM. So there are many loopholes. I can understand that this is the initial phase, so there are many teething troubles. But as a seller, if I go to the handicraft products, what we see while getting some bid or tender, request by the buyer comes as we require 10,000 handicraft products. That's it. So handicraft product is a very, very wide term. Whether you want a pen or you want a laptop bag, you want a table lamp, what exactly is your requirement? Unless and until we come to know about the exact requirement, how could we bid? So this is a very serious issue or a loophole which we see as a seller in the GeM portal. Again, like we are also registered in Amazon and other online e-commerce platforms, and our sales through other platforms are much higher as compared to GeM. So GeM being portal, being our government's portal, the level of confidence which should be there, somehow feel that is lacking, or somehow we are not able to get benefit what we feel we should get out of it. So we have to create a level of confidence that yes, this is our portal, and like the if you go to Amazon, Amazon verified products. So I have a confidence that this is the product that is verified by Amazon, and we can buy this product, and this is readily available. So these are the kinds of loopholes should be taken care of. The testimonials, the ratings of the products. So these are the things which will help in creating checks and balances, and we would be able to convert this portal as a live and the most favorite portal of all the sellers and buyers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruchi. Dr. Madhvi, can we hear you now?
Yeah, I hope you can hear me. Hello?
Yes, please go ahead. I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, thank you so much. And deep apologies for all this audio goof up. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Madhavi Panda, and I'm leading this foundation called Parinama Development Foundation. We're a non-profit organization headquartered in Delhi, but then working heavily in the eastern states of Bihar, Jharkhand, and Odisha. So Parinama started off as a small non-profit organization, and started its entry point with self-help groups way back in 2012. And we started off with small nano enterprises and micro enterprises, collectivizing women who were hitherto missing from the economic development and community development perspective. And we started off with the remote areas in Western Odisha, and then moved on to Jharkhand and Bihar. So we do have the bandwidth to work pan-India through the network of field support groups and other professionals who are associated with us. And we also have a network of professionals across Southeast Asia providing advisory services. So the vision of Parinama is to build a gender equitable, sustainable and socially inclusive world. And through this vision, we are specifically assisting the poor and marginalized communities and enabling social transformation through specific development initiatives at the grassroots. So being very purpose-oriented right from the beginning, we've started off with skill development and education, especially computer literacy and digital literacy, and moved on also to heavily investing in health and nutrition. Now, when I say micro enterprises, health and nutrition, it's quite confusing to a lot of people. But specifically, we have been addressing issues of health and education through the micro enterprise clusters, where we've established soap micro enterprise clusters, sanitary pad clusters. The garments were the first one. And as far as when addressing nutrition, we have established several mushroom farming clusters. So through and through, our principles have been primarily been the social solidarity principles. When I say social solidarity, we mean by socially responsible governance and edifying the ethical values, community socioeconomic benefits, and sustainability. So these have been our core values on which we have started off. So when we say socially responsible governance, we mean by focusing primarily on the economically backward communities, that's the bottom of the pyramid initiatives. We've also had a large beneficiary constituency which comprises
Okay, we just lost your sound again. Madhavi, we lost your sound again.
Yeah, and we also have, yeah? Yes, Rinki?
We lost your sound for a minute, but you're back on now. Yeah, now it's okay. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So so we one of the principles I was speaking about the socially responsible governance. Our beneficiary constituency has predominantly been the bottom of the pyramid groups, including the tribal groups, the Dalit groups, and the economically backward. So the ethical values we have been pursuing seriously are the social justice, transparency, diffusion of the ownership of the clusters, and provision for resources at the bottom of the pyramid. So all our micro enterprises have been led by the women and owned by the women, and our job as a facilitator has been that of long-term handholding. So mobilizing these groups, disadvantaged groups and the marginalized groups has not been an easy task. We have, that's where we step in with the support of NABARD and TriFed and the Odisha Rural Marketing Societies, the other, the GeM. We are also registered on the GeM as well. And while we have been trying to strengthen our presence and broaden the network of these women and enable them to facilitate with the market, so there have been several barriers. In terms of we also, I feel that I'm coming to the challenges there. I feel that we're working in a very overcrowded and overworked space and an overworked network as well. Because I think all of us are vying for the same resources, for the same platforms, and for the same facilitation channels. So that has been quite a big challenge. So we do want to, again, looking at the proportion and the strength of the relationships established is also an important thing. And I think while I say that, yes, we are registered with TriFed and the GeM and others, the strength of the relationship has been rather weak. And I think we need to step up our efforts in order to do much more advocacy and influencing, beginning from the village and hamlet level and reaching up to the district and national level. So these are some of the challenges. And there are also huge opportunities that are available to us because of the way we have spread out our work and increased where we are talking about the dual benefits. As I said, we're addressing two issues at the same time. We're addressing malnutrition while establishing the mushroom enterprise cluster. Similarly, we are addressing hygiene and health through our soap enterprise. So we are talking about the dual benefits. We have been addressing dual benefits through single interventions, single point of interventions, which are the nano clusters and the micro clusters. So we feel that while we have been welfare oriented and all the reaching out to the market has been a huge challenge. So a social inclusion where the human barriers and the utilization of the social capital is so very important, and encouraging entrepreneurship at the bottom of the pyramid and the consumer as the owner. So we have the rural consumer who is also the owner of these clusters. And I think these kind of things need to strengthen much more through the platform like GeM. And we look at three different pathways. One is the income pathway, and the other is the market pathway, and the production pathway. So when we're working with small micro enterprise clusters in the remote areas, there is a lot of emphasis on the production and the income pathways. So the market pathway becomes somewhat relegated to the back burner as compared to the others. So while we're focused more on improving the value chain and improving the productivity of the women, because they have very little time on their hands to actually reach out to the demands of the market, there's much more that needs to be done in order to address the market pathways. And I think GeM is an excellent opportunity for us. We've also been interested in working with the quasi-government agencies like TriFed is one of those, and NABARD is one of those which we have been linking up with. So the returns on investment is something that that is looked upon in the proper revenue model, and those are something that self-help groups do not have. And I think these are things. This is something that needs to be addressed as well through when we're working with artisans and self-help groups and the small farmers and the women farmers, so to speak. So these are some of the issues that we've been working on.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you so much,
thank you so
Dr.
much.
Madhvi. I'm
so
just
much.
going to
I'm
come back
to all questions.
Yeah,
Welcome.
yeah. So I'm just, first questions are from me itself. And, I think that what demonetization did to payment gateways, suddenly people were pushed to use Paytm. And earlier, everyone was very apprehensive. Our account will get hacked. The payment will not go through. What will happen to us? And, all those apprehensions were there in our mind. But after demonetization, I think everyone from the, like we're talking about the top of the pyramid to the bottom of the pyramid, got very comfortable with the digital platform. I feel, and I always feel, every adversity brings some opportunity with it. I think what COVID has really done is it's really pushed people to use the digital platform for purchasing, because people did not want to go and interact with other people. They did not want to touch anything, and therefore the easiest for them was, to sort of try and do their purchases online, where the packet would come, remain outside for 12 or 24 hours before they bring it into their house and they feel safe about it. So definitely, I think all of us agree in our discussion that post-COVID, in the new normal, things are going to be very different. People have got a flavor of purchasing online, and I think they're going to pursue this activity. They're not going to completely do away with it. Even after things go back to normal and completely open up, people will be more comfortable in accessing networks and digital platforms. However, we have to make sure that we are able to bring a personal touch to this digital platform, and that's where the role of all of you comes into being. What I want to understand is the steps. One, whatever GeM can tell us that they are doing in terms of helping the SHGs who are also here as panelists in overcoming some of the challenges, like packaging, like we said, product clarity on what is it that company is exactly looking for, and how is it that they can bid in a proper way, and hand holding them also in the process. And I understand GeM is a very good platform, but it's not perfect. It's very far from perfect. But I think every year it reaches perfection. It gets closer to perfection. And I think all of us, if we keep putting our efforts in, we will reach perfection at some point in time, and make it actually possible for the bottom of the pyramid to get benefited by GeM. But some challenges which they are facing, which which has been brought out, is one is product clarity, second is supply chain management, packaging, logistics, and then onboarding, I believe, has been smoothened out to a large extent, so that really isn't such a big problem anymore. So what are the steps in the new normal which GeM is taking to help out with some of these? And of course, the last point which we heard about, financial support or access to finances, if there are any steps or guidelines which are being which GeM or the ministry is going to be coming up with. So I'll come to you, Alkaji, first to throw light on some of these issues which are there currently.
Yeah, thank you so much. Very interesting to hear from everybody. So, the current regime is such that you would have been following the news and the trends where credit linkage is trying to be eased out through various collateral-free loans, through other micro enterprise funding, so on and so forth. So MSME has been given a very big charter. So I mean, I am always bothered about this end, because small entrepreneurs, how would they get their finances, right? So this is a very positive move which has come in, and but still it's not easy, and we will have to work intensively and very, very, I would say, sustainably with our clientele or our women self-help groups for this matter, or any small entrepreneurs for this matter. So that is number one. The number two thing that I would like to talk about, branding and packaging. Let me tell you, they are very smart. The entrepreneurs, once they know what is that takes to be in the market, they learn themselves very fast. And our own observations on this through the Saras fairs has been amazing. So there was this lady who used to come with these Madhubani paintings. And then we were speaking to her and we talked to her and she said, no, when I started coming to Delhi regularly in the Saras fairs, I got to know that it's not only the saris which will sell, because दिल्ली में लोग साड़ी बहुत नहीं पहनते हैं, यहाँ पर दुपट्टा और कुर्ता का बहुत वैल्यू है, छोटे छोटे चीज जो है ये बहुत वैल्यूएबल होते हैं. So they start learning from them. We just have to give them a platform. That is number 2. But the third thing is, and I was hearing Ruchi talk about how, that trust building has happened in Amazon. You know who the buyer is, you know who the seller is. So there's a trust building that has happened. Now, this is something which is very, very important. And I would say that this is very important also because I would say that the self-help group women, they will have to be first, number 1, talked about logistics. So branding and packaging is not very difficult. What is going to be very difficult is the logistics support. So we have this example where a very small order of about 5,000 rupees came in from Jammu and Kashmir to someone in Kerala. Now that is the challenge. So that 5,000 order to be sent and shipped all the way to Jammu Kashmir. So that is an issue. Number 2 is the supply chain. So understanding the market and keeping the supply chain live is going to be very, very important, because this is something that we noticed. We also went on Flipkart to begin with initially. But then the women were not getting orders, so they work seasonally. Abhi Holi aa gaya, Diwali aa gaya, so then they will stop working and they will not have that much of stocks. But when it is like rainy season, they will have good and necessary stocks. So this entire logistics supply chain is something in which we will have to build in our efforts or put in our efforts. And number 2, like this is a learning for us. So we were in a hurry and we said, okay, we want to put so many products on GeM. So we put 600 products on GeM. But what has essentially happened is the products which have gone in are probably not the right kind of products which have gone in. So that market intelligence which only GeM can provide to us, so they have to act, or any other aggregator, they are the ones who have to give the market intelligence to say, okay, this is what will sell and this is what we need to put into the product range. So I think these are the few issues that I thought was most challenging and where GeM will have to play a very proactive role, especially working with this sector or these kind of women. So that's all from my end.
Thank you so much, Alka ji. Those are some very, very, pertinent issues which you brought out, from testimonial rating of products to market intelligence. And we are going to come back to GeM and ask them about some of these. But I would first request, Sangeeta ji from TriFed also to raise, to throw light on some of these issues. Is she still with us? Shreya, is Sangeeta ji still with us? Yeah,
Yes,
Sangeeta ji, I can see you've unmuted yourself. Sangeeta ji, please go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah. No. I think someone else is
mute themselves.
I think I'm not being able to connect with her. So I'm going to come back to Dr. Madhvi. Paritosh ji, on this one, I'm going to ask you to speak last when we've heard all the other panelists. So,
Right. I just want to add a couple of points in addition to the important points that Ms. Alka has mentioned. One is, the negotiating and bargaining in the marketplace are something that the self-help group clusters and the artisan groups are very, very conscious about. So as an organization that is at the crossroads between, say, GeM and the clusters and artisans, it is a very tough space for us, because while we like to see the women flourish and do well, At the same time, there is also, that huge trust issue which ma'am has mentioned. I think somebody from the GeM should also be there to kind of play along with us, where the negotiating and the bargaining components in the marketplace, where they are put in this thing, where there's a direct interface between the artisans and GeM, and between the self-help groups and GeM while we are there. But then, we're just a conduit, we're just a facilitator. So that's something. And also, I think the changing work ethic, as you said, due to COVID, of course, it's changed. And even prior to that, the digital thing has been catching up for a while with Amazon and places like that. But I think one of the things where we're looking at, very limited physical mobility and limited digital literacy among these women, while again, we are promoting that. I think there should be some direct programs through the GeM with the women directly, where the digital literacy, financial literacy again is something that it is useful to be there, not just because Parinama is a small organization, we can be the facilitator, but we should not be the only point who's talking about financial literacy and who's talking about negotiating and bargaining and all that. Because as much as we keep moving to new clusters of women, there's always the trust thing that we need to establish time and again. The markets are changing, the market, what do you say? The market players are changing. So there's always a new challenges, new emerging players coming in, thereby changing the way of procurement, the selling and the negotiating, bargaining, the financial literacy components and all of that. So I think somewhere those elements also should can be worked through us, but then I would think GeM should be the leader in taking this forward.
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much, Madhvi, for that. Sangeeta ji, if you can speak now.
Yeah.
Yes. You're on mute again. Yes, now you've unmuted yourself. You're muting and unmuting very quickly. So if you could just, you're on mute right now. If you can unmute. Yes, now you're on unmute.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
we can hear you.
I was just saying, as you were talking, this, direct link with the artisans TriFed has, and there's no middleman which is involved. So the issue which was being just spoken about, the middleman is not there, and second thing, they're getting the rightful price. So they're getting the entire price. When we have a e-marketplace and when we place our things on GeM as well, so it's the entire money goes into the tribal pocket. So that is the purpose, and that is how we encourage our artisans.
Yeah,
besides
some
for
of the other
quality,
issues which I would want you to touch on. Logistics, managing the supply chain, and quality assurance. How is that part playing out for you? And also, is there any credit linkages or collateral-free loan which you're being able to avail at the moment, or that is not being possible? Or how does TriFed do it? Because it
quality management. Yeah, quality management is basically when we impanel, we register the artisans, then we have a process. We have a purchase and pricing committee. The committee goes through the various quality parameters, ensuring good quality which comes. And wherever there is some kind of a requirement, then we have designers which get associated for design development and upgrading their products. So this is one issue. Second is that with respect to credit facilities, we have our sister organization, National Scheduled Tribes Finance Development Corporation. Through them, we facilitate the requirement of the credit facilities which our artisans would require. Yes, there are a lot of gaps which we find because, ultimately at the state levels, our artisans have to, interact with the channelizing agency, the banks, or the state level organizations who are funding loan from NSTFDC. So those challenges we face, but then we try to, handhold our artisans to get this particular facility. And regarding even for packaging purpose, which was being spoken about, the packaging part also we have agreement with Indian Institute of Packaging, and we try to develop the packaging for our artisans as well as for our Tribes India brand, for the gifts and for the gift packs also. So this is something which we have been giving assistance to our tribals and marketing their products.
Okay.
So
Okay.
yeah, any other issue, Shreya, I can speak of. And when you spoke about also women women artisans, this is something as a policy we've decided that let's also focus in the border areas. Border areas where the tribal areas, our tribals exist, where they face a lot of problems. We're talking of Leh. Last year we had a breakthrough there, and we've been empaneling artisans right from the right at the border areas, the ones who are, the suppliers of pashmina and many other products. So that is something which we are trying to register and give them help. So as a policy in the current year, this is going to be focus areas, the women suppliers, as well as border areas where in difficult areas our artisans, our tribals exist, be it artisans or be it other forest products collectors.
So I just want to ask you one more question, that does your sister concern also lend or extend finance to independent self-help groups or non-profit organizations? Because, some of them seem to be really struggling with funding.
Yeah, this is an organization which is funding the tribals or tribal majority. So they are on the job. They are National Scheduled Tribes Finance Development Corporation is in the sector to fund tribals and the tribal, majority groups.
Okay, so that's
this
the
is
lead
being
for
done.
all of you. You can access that.
Yeah, so it is. They do refinancing to their. If you go to their website, they have the PSU banks also who are registered with them. They do refinancing for them. Even for the Mudra loan which is given through them, that can also be further. They refinance that to give additional benefit with respect to the interest subsidies.
Okay, thank you so much. That's very, very helpful. I now request
I just
Ruchi
like to intervene here. We are actually strapped for time, so if we can quickly have the inputs of the other speakers as well.
Yeah, we'll just move to Ruchi and then we are Neeta, Ruchi. So one minute each. I'm really sorry about this. We can take 5 to 10 minutes more. Shreya, is that okay?
Yes, it's definitely.
Okay, so Ruchi, we can start with you quickly.
To be very precise, first quality management and credit facility. Because of these are the two very critical issues that has to be taken care of. All the every material is procured by owner only. As these people are already very poor with whom we are working, we provide them all the material. They have to just apply their art. So this also assured the quality of the product. At the hand, as of now, it's not a structured market. So same product may be selling at ₹10 and same product at different location may be selling at.
Right. Yeah, understood. There's no price parity.
No price. Some organization or something should be done to bring a little bit of a structure to this handicraft thing, because of the small size, low traffic density, high seasonal and cyclical flow of the products. So the transporter is unable to reap enough profit from the logistics of these handicraft organizations. Maybe if we can get support, sir, maybe वो एक कहावत है ना, उंगली पकड़ाई और ये करने पे आगे. But I feel कि
we'll always keep asking for more. Yeah.
So
okay,
kind
Dr.
of
Neeta, if we can have your
supporting
views also. Thank you, Ruchi. Thank you for that. Dr. Neeta, if we can have your views on this as well.
Yes, very quickly. Thank you very much. I think we are on a very important and interesting topic because the earlier panel had a request to include SAGs, artisans and weavers. So the expectation from GeM is paramount here. So, I think most of the points have been taken care of, but I just want to make it clear, because we worked with the MSMEs last year, and through the conference, we did have a lot of, I think, amendments that came out into the existing policy. We are working with a new set of people altogether. It's a new section of society that we are working with, and especially when it comes to women. We know that they're very, very hardworking. They will want to get their work done, but they will need some kind of help. And the first thing that I look at is we need to have tailor-made, fit local requirements for them. One size fits all will not work, even if it's a policy directive. If in a certain area, like Ruchi's talking about handloom, every sector is going to be different as well. And I think one of the most important things that we really need to look at is financial literacy for them, because they're not going to be comfortable going to a bank, and which are the ways we are going to do it? How do we look at the unbankable as the priority? We have the mudra loans, we have TriFed giving some kind of loans there, we have the ministries, but how do we reach out to them? It's COVID times, but we need to have a one-to-one somehow. And the other thing that I talk, I think, extensively in a lot of other places as well, when it comes to this cohort, is digital literacy. They are smart, but the term that's not mine, but I love this term, is humanology. We have to have a human touch. Even we are not very comfortable just internet banking. We need somebody at the end of that call. We need some reassurance. So, whether it's the person at the end of the line, or we have a radio jingle to reassure them that this is a valid and credible product, or a credible digital space that they're going to be in. And of course, people have apprehensions when it comes to a government setup as well. Paritoshji and Anuragji will agree, I'm sure. We've faced that before as well. The other thing that I really want to look at is also mentorship and peer learning. Because, in rural area, I think one success story really creates champs. Role modeling, peer learning. So there has to be a human touch to this whole platform that we have, especially for the cohort. We can't just say we've got something on and we expect them to get on board. And it can't be a one-time training or a one-time conversation. It has to be periodic. It has to be updated. Technology updates itself. And the last point that I really want to make is, we have something called the C skills, which is very important for this cohort. So C skills basically includes communication, creativity, curiosity, collaboration, cooperation, and caring, of most of all. They have to be sometimes handled with kid gloves. They've never been on this platform before. They're so, I think, apprehensive to even move out of the village to market a product. So just reassuring them, saying that you're going to get on this platform and everything is going to come into place. It's not going to work. And at the same time, we have to, I think the information dissemination has to be very targeted with the buyers and the sellers. So the buyers do have to be sensitive to the group that they're talking to. It's not just a whole group of MSME. They're mainly manufacturing. But these people it's a business, it's a livelihood for them. It's their, hard-earned labor that they, labor of love that they get into. So I think my really points are that we need to be more humane when it comes to them. A digital platform, of course, erodes a lot of the ills of the, middlemen, middle people, and the society that we live in. But we need to start with a human touch. I think that's really where my point is. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Neeta. That's really nice. And, that's wonderful to hear that. Over to you, Paritoshji. Lots of things parked with you now.
Yeah. Ruchiji raised some concerns about the product categories, that it's only a broad thing, that handicrafts. It is not so. While we are creating these categories for Saras and TriFed, you see, we have classified them: textile and home care, and then you can say foods and all that. And inside, if you go, I'll just give you example. If you say handlooms, so angvastram, dhotis, lungis, dress materials, saris, stoles, bed sheets, like that, they are separately classified. Similarly, for home care products, oil, shampoos, sanitary napkins, toiletries. So these things are also separately classified. But I know there is still a difference, because the type of product in one area and the type of same product manufactured in different part of the country, they are different. So I think there's a need to add a geographical index to that, so that suppose you are buying something from Haryana, so all people in Haryana should be making, I mean, of the same type of thing. So not should be same type of Manipuri things are different. So like that, if we can
also, you know, when she made this point about adding product testimonials and rating, like in Amazon, every vendor gets rated ki aapne jo saman becha.
So yeah, that also we are having, and very soon we are going to have a rating filter also with the buyer, that they can always say we will not buy from the any of the seller who is having rating less than certain value. So it will not be a very low value, it is reasonable value we'll put, and there also we'll have, so far it is only a system based, now we'll be putting more inputs from the buyer satisfaction. How does the buyer say? So that element also we are going to bring in, so that is more useful to the buyers to decide whether what kind of product they are getting. And third thing I want to mention here is that there is a need to, I mean, local HSCs or WSCs or maybe the SHG Kendras, that they should come forward and try to standardize the things. See, in particular area, certain things are sold. So unless they standardize, so in GeM we cannot put any specification. So there should, there's a need for standardization, and it is good for everybody, because whatever you are making, actually maybe the size itself is not making, the thickness itself may not be standard. So all these things may be standardized by these people, and it's a long, long process. It cannot be done in a very short time. But at least whatever products are selling in the government, they have to be identified. The question was raised.
I think थोड़ा सा अगर हम quantity से मतलब 1000 products listed के बजाय अगर उसको थोड़ा narrow करके quality
it is not so.
Then I
It is
think
not
it will be
so.
more useful for.
It is not
and
so.
Secondly, my request is, if you know the bankers to GeM, because they are handling large funds which are getting rooted, you're doing sales of thousands of crores. If they can, if you can put a request to them also to start funding the self-help groups and women entrepreneurs, I think that is a request which from my side, I feel can be very helpful, because they have a lot of questions. They are bankers to GeM and handling large transaction flows and managing your funds. But if you should put a requirement back to those banks saying that, you know, some percentage you will have to give to our self-help groups and NGOs and women entrepreneurs, sir.
So far, this is something which is beyond our jurisdiction or control, but we are integrating with trades so that the payments can be made faster in case some delay is there. So that kind of integration we are doing to enable faster payment. We are also going to have auto acceptance of the product, auto payment also. If somebody is delaying the payment, we'll make 80% payment just based on the acceptance by the buyer. So in the chain, if somewhere some bottlenecks are there, we are making those processes automated, and we are ensuring that payment at least is made faster to the people. That is that we can do, and we are doing, and it will come very shortly in the market. And as far as financing is concerned, this is something like beyond our scope, but still if some opportunity we find, and we find bankers to support in this cause, will definitely for this, because
at a country level we have priority sector lending, that every bank has to do so much lending, because you know the way I look at GeM, I see this platform to be all consuming and going forward to become very large. So I think you should also have a model of priority sector lending, that they have to lend to this particular sector and help them out to come at par with, you know, the other private sector players who are there.
No, that's fine, but somebody from the government, they have to come into and pitch in and play the role of mediator. We are a platform. We don't have any money or anything. See, we are dealing with lakhs and lakhs of people. So I think
Dr. Alka is wanting to add something.
Yes, I wanted to come into the defense of Mr. Paritosh Singh, because ideally that's not their mandate. But however, the point that you have raised is probably the most critical point. And here in RLM, this is precisely what we are trying to do with our spread across the country. That is one. And the other thing which I think Neetaji had pointed out, that was on digital literacy. So there's another great work which is being done with the National Academy of Group SETI through their banker-led institutions, RSETIs across the country. where every year we are taking deep programs of financial literacy. And along with that, we have the entrepreneurship development programs, in which at the end of the program, we say that the bankers need to fund some of the enterprises. Or we rather say 70% of the enterprises. Today this is about 45% or 50%. So that is the forum, I think, where we will need to intervene. There we have the central level bankers committee, the state level bankers committee, etc., etc. So I understand your point, and you're saying that this responsibility should be of GeM. But my own sense is that those who are working at the field, at the grassroots level, so whether it's TriFed or whether it's Ministry of Rural Development or MSME, we should carry this flag and this burden on our shoulders. So that's about it from my end. So
thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for stepping in and answering this very critical and difficult question. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for
thank you
for a very lively discussion, and I'm really sorry the next session will start in another 10 minutes, so we're really strapped for time. But I think
I just want to take this opportunity to thank each and every panel member for speaking so honestly and constructively. I think the whole discussion was very constructive. Instead of just, finger pointing, there were some very valid points which came out of it. And thank you so much for the stakeholders, because, they've also stepped up and come in and said, yes, we can do this and we can't do this. No, and we will help you out with most of it. So thank you so much. And, CII and, of course, the ministry and for giving us this opportunity and this platform. Thank you. Thank
you, Ms. Dhingra.
Thank you all.
Our next panel discussion is on board-basing products on GeM to fulfill the needs of diverse buyers, and the session will start from 1:30 p.m. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
मेरे देश की धरती मेरे देश की धरती सोना उगले उगले हीरे मोती मेरे देश की धरती मेरे देश की धरती देश मेरे मेरी जान है तुम देश मेरे मेरी जान.
The world is full of opportunities. There are adventures around every corner, exciting places to discover, and new possibilities to explore. Technology makes these opportunities available to everyone. Not long ago, only a few people had access to technology. Acer helped break down barriers, making computers more reliable, affordable, and easier to use. We can be proud to have been at the forefront of this revolution. It didn't just change technology, it changed people too. With new ways of connecting and creating, they became more curious. They became modern-day explorers. Architects designing cities, musicians composing their next opus, teachers, students, filmmakers telling stories, business owners, scientists advancing knowledge. From every corner of the globe, modern-day explorers are building the future, and they need tools they can rely on. That's where we come in. We're not the biggest company in the world, but we're smart and we're resourceful, enough to take on companies 10 times our size. We're curious. Curiosity is the seed of every revolutionary idea, a chance to create something totally new. We're progressive. Everything we do is created to improve lives and carry the industry forward. And most importantly, we're human. We take pride in our products, but even more pride in what people do with them. Every day, we contribute to society, pushing the limits of what's possible by making knowledge and creativity available to all. It's time for us to come forth as the brand that curious minds can rely on. At Acer, we help modern-day explorers make history. After all, we're explorers ourselves. Ready? Let's go explore.
The world is full of people telling you who to believe they are, but we thought we'd tell you who we're not. Let's start here. We're not in shipping. We don't make lists. Seriously, no lists. We do this. We're good at this. And we make all of these. And even though you'll find us here and here, we don't make energy. We make you save it. And you'll be saving the environment too. Are we an internet company? Well, we connect and power just about everything around you. Helping machines talk to each other and to you. Making your world more personal. We're seeking out the big questions and answering them honestly. Like, how can we make the most of our energy and resources? Or can we make access to energy and digital basic human rights? We're real people, employees, developers, partners, investors, and inventors, all passionate about doing what's right. We're open. Humans of all sorts from all over, learning from each other and about each other. We're not here to save the world. It'll go on with or without us. We're here to help power and connect what you do every day, to ensure life is on everywhere, for everyone, at every moment.
Customers from across India and the world have been leaning on us for over 75 years. Blue Star, built on trust.
ब्लू स्टार इन्वर्टर एसी गर्मी के छक्के छुड़ा दे, चाहे घर पर पूरी क्रिकेट टीम ही क्यों ना हो।
ब्लू स्टार इन्वर्टर एसी से 30% ज्यादा कूलिंग जब गर्मी हो ज्यादा।
We are frequently heard calling ourselves a technology company which sells a product rather than a product company. To understand this, one needs to go back to the beginning of time. When my father and I were running a small manufacturing unit, we decided to invest in an IBM PC compatible due to my interest in programming. At the same time, we wanted to get some business applications which we could also use for our factory. My father sat through 3 or 4 of the demos, which would last 15 minutes to half an hour, with him staring blankly at the screen, unable to understand anything. The salespeople who had come would tell him, "But this is how computers work." His response still echoes in my mind. When I buy a car, I want to be a driver and not a mechanic. I want to run my business, not run your computer. It was to become my challenge to see if someone like my father could use a business system. After an enthusiastic few months of effort, my first demo was ready for him. It lasted only 2 minutes. The demo started very well, with my starting to create a payment transaction. The date was already filled in. At a field labeled expense account, I typed T001. He asked, "What is T001? I said it was the code for traveling expenses. So he said, "Why don't you enter traveling expenses instead?" My response, "Well, you see, a computer understands codes and does not understand English," ended the demo. "I don't understand you," he said. "All along, you have told me that computers are dumb machines which do not understand anything. And now you tell me that they understand codes, but not English. Can you first make me understand?" So I had to choose my words a little carefully now. I said, "Actually, it is much easier to write programs which understand codes than it is to write programs which understand English." His response is easily the backbone of where we are today. Are you writing programs to make life of the programmer easier or life of the user easier? This one insight changed the entire outlook of what problem are we trying to solve. It has led to solving problems of database stability in hostile power environments, solving for your distributed application never getting virus affected, solving for simplifying entry of dates and amounts without needing to train someone. And the list is really endless. This one statement also set new benchmarks for what the word simplicity stands for, and not to have any excuse for inability to solve for it. One learned that allowing people to run their business meant that the software needs to adapt to their way of working and not the other way around. It led to creation of flexibility, which was unheard of in business systems, allowing people to remain disorganized if they so wished, yet increasing their efficiency. From the very early days, one discovered that existing technologies are not constructed to achieve these goals. Thus was laid the foundation of a technology company which sells products. These are the foundations on which Tally was born and continues to build on.
Good afternoon. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Thank you. I welcome you all to this session on broad-basing products on GeM to fulfill the needs of diverse buyers. This panel discussion focuses on how GeM portal is addressing the specific procurement needs of diverse buyers such as railways, defense, and CPSUs, to name a few. The moderator of this session is Mr. Nalin Kohli. He's the chairman and CEO, Arayana Enterprises Private Limited. Shri H.R. Sharma, ACEO GeM. Brigadier Tarun Agrawal from the Army Headquarters. Shri Haridas C, VP Sales and Marketing, Blue Star Limited. Shri Namit Sinha, Director Sales, Public Sector, Microsoft India. Shri A.K. Juneja, Executive Director, Corporate Contracts and Materials, NTPC, Shri Hitesh Vaidya, Head Government Business, Acer India, and Shri Gaurav Agrawal, Head Government Business Relations and GeM Operations, Godrej. Before we begin, may I request you to please keep your mics on mute and unmute only while you speak. This will help us to eliminate any background noises. Also, in the interest of time, request all speakers to adhere to the allotted time and conclude the session at 2:30 p.m. May I request Mr. Kohli to kindly take over from here? Mr. Kohli. Mr. Kohli, we are unable to hear you. I think you are on mute. Okay, I see you are on mute again, Mr. Kohli. Yes, now you are on.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now, Mr. Kohli.
Okay, good.
Yes, please take
Yeah.
over from here on.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this panel discussion. We have a set of very distinguished panelists, as you have already been told. We look forward to a very interesting discussion. GeM has been a big game changer to my mind in government procurement. If you look at the government reforms, this has been the one major reform which has taken place, and it really has been a game changer. And I think over the years, GeM has done exceedingly good job, kind of business that is happening in GeM, and more and more government procurement agencies are using GeM as a portal. The vendors are also finding it as very convenient. Many of them, particularly from the MSME sector, get a reassurance that they will get their payment in time, and also the cycle time in terms of the sales cycle. Typically in a normal government procurement through a tendering process would take much longer. But today's topic is more on how do we fit in the diverse needs of specialized sectors like defense, like power, like railways, and many other areas where there are specialized needs which don't lend themselves easily into a very structured GeM procurement process, which has been designed not with these specific things in mind. So I think today's discussion would hopefully lead to some good suggestions, which we can leave with the GeM administration so that they can build on it. I can only share with you that, all these things, this process will lead to not just procurement. Today government procurement agency would look at procuring something from the GeM platform. But soon there will be a time when at the design stage, you would be using components and subsystems which are easily available on GeMs. I recall I used to be the managing director of an electronics company where we had in-house design capabilities and we would design our own circuits. And then I realized that, those days there was this Appendix 3 import license. And in a situation where the product life cycle itself is less than a year, we found getting the import license would take months. And so I told my R&D team, stop using any Appendix 3. And there was a sir, this cost will go up a little. I said, doesn't matter, but the time is very key for us, and we cannot afford to lose a substantial part of our product life cycle just because of these delays. So hopefully this revolution of GeMs would lead us into actually using at the design stage things which are easily available, because end of the day, the efficiencies which come because of faster decision making, assurance of quality, and assurance of payment to the vendors, which results in a win-win situation for everybody. So I have great pleasure in welcoming all the panelists, and I think the first person I would request is Mr. H.R. Sharma, who's the additional CEO of GeM. He will give his own perspective as to how these diverse areas, how the GeM administration is looking at, facilitating these kind of diverse needs. So may I request Mr. H.R. Sharma to please give his views.
Thank you, Mr. Kohli, and very good afternoon to all the panelists and all the audience that are joined this session. You might have heard a lot of things about GeM and the kind of transformation it is bringing into the procurement system. Is fast tracking the procurement system, but most of those benefits has come from a lot of jobs that has to be done at the back end, and one of the fundamental thing is product specifications, categorization of those specifications, and preparing the structure of those specifications. All these things require a lot of study of various types of contracts, markets, OEMs, users. In spite of that, it is seen that many generic items, which are common user items, but certain users require a lot of customization even to those items. And there are items which are purely related to certain organizations, which are, I think, custom designed to their requirements. And we have been deliberating to these issues, how to tackle those items. In a certain way, we had addressed issues in a maybe some piecemeal form in certain categories, like for defense, certain ordnance factory related items where some assemblies and all has been category has been created on the portal, because there was a lot of inputs initially coming from the ordnance factories also. Similarly, certain PSUs also demanded certain customized items that also has been created. But in spite of that thing, there is a demand from the buyer side also that while placing the bid and contract, they need certain more specifications to be added to even to those predefined specifications or the specifications which has been offered by the bidders. They require to define scope of maybe execution of the contract, and in certain cases customization required, scope of customization required. And these type of requirements has come from many organizations, defense, maybe MHA also, and then PSUs, power sector PSUs, then PNG sector PSUs. So now the GeM has decided in, I think, 4.0, in a month or so, you will get some functionality where buyer can add the specification. These particular buyers from these organizations will be having the facility to add scope of work, add specifications to a particular product category, or add specifications where they are using a bunch bid to in a combination where they can define a scope of integration or the scope of customization products that are required along with drawings, or some drawing approval process is required, some minor changes are required during after placement of contract, before I think where some customization is required, and drawings are to be approved before the execution of the contract. So these type of facility, these type of additional functionalities are being deployed on the portal, and it will be available, I think, in a month or two in the coming times. This will address a very large segment related to this type of difficulties that buyers have been facing. And while this creating on the bid, they will be able to add the specification on fly. So these functionalities, and if any more things are required, I will request all the panelists. Their all suggestions are welcome. thank you for this thing, and can
Thank you so much, Mr. Sharma. I think the mere fact that you are so proactive and you have already visualized the needs of these specialized buyers, and within 1 or 2 months you will add on these features to GeM's 4.0. I think that is very heartening, and I'm sure all the panelists, we have a mix of panelists. Some of them are buyers and some of them are sellers, and they come from very diverse sectors, right from IT and buyers from defense and power. So we are looking forward to some very interesting discussion. But I think, Mr. Sharma, you have laid the foundation for this, as we see, a solution paths that most of them are looking for. May I now request Brigadier Tarun Agarwal from Army Headquarters, who's joining us. Brigadier Agarwal looks after the GeM procurement. He's an officer from the Artillery Division of Indian Army and has had very diverse experience. I had the privilege of chairing a Defense SME Committee for CII for many years, and I still chair the Defense Startup Committee, subcommittee that we had created. And defense has one peculiarity. Defense is the only customer. So if you are making for them, obviously you cannot sell it to somebody else. And in our interactions with the Ministry of Defense, what we found was, and the initial example I gave of design, that this common off-the-shelf components, COTS components, which are the easiest to put on GeMs. So we were suggesting use more and more of COTS, and your specialized needs for security can be added through an extra layer on it. So I think defense and industry have to work together to really have more and more items on the GeM's platform. The defense also has two broad classifications of procurement. They have capital procurement and they have revenue procurement. And I think our things are more on the revenue side. And within the revenue side, they have a lot of procurement which happens through the ordnance factories and through the defense PSUs. I think last couple of years, there has been a lot of simplification in terms of procurement processes, which has been extended to OFB and PSUs. So may I now request Brigadier Tarun Agarwal to kindly share his views with us and see how we can work together and put a lot more defense items on the GeM's platform. Brigadier Agarwal, please.
Thank you, Mr. Kohli, and good afternoon to all the panelists. And it is in fact a matter of honor for me to be among such eminent and distinguished panelists over here. And I will try and highlight certain key issues related to procurements by the defense services, particularly Army, and in relation to GeM. Now, coming to, before I come on to the major issues and the way forward, certain peculiarities which I want to bring out is firstly is that widespread deployment across the length and breadth of the nation, including remote and inaccessible areas, island territories, high altitude areas, and in some of these areas, the vendor support is not so forthcoming, especially for on-site support. Then non-availability or erratic availability of internet, again, especially in remote locations. In fact, today only you all must be aware that submarine optical fiber connectivity to Andaman and Nicobar Islands is being inaugurated, which will definitely assist in internet-based procurements in a great manner. Now, coming to our typical procurement process, there are certain steps which are necessary while doing this procurement process, like concurrence of the integrated financial advisor, IFA, which we call, approval of the competent financial authorities, CFAs, and payments by CDAs. So the buyer may be the defense services, but the payment may be through the controller of defense accounts. So the payments of CDAs now have been made online, especially in case of Army from 15th of November 2019, and as well as Navy is from 1st of April 2020. Another necessary process is concurrence by the integrated financial advisor and the approval by the competent financial authority. Now, this issue has been addressed adequately by the GeM, the Controller General of Defense Accounts, and the services and wherein now all IFAs will have their separate login IDs on GeM, and they will be able to accord concurrence online prior to forwarding their proposal to the competent financial authorities for the approval, that also online. Now, defense procurement has its own procedures, which has many stages of approvals while catering to specific and unique requirements of the defense services. Though till now we have a very limited vendor base which caters for these specific requirements and quality imperatives, which are coupled with quality inspections by the Director General of Quality Assurance, which adds to all this complexities. Now, coming to the requirements of the defense services, now the requirements are very wide ranging. While we may need normal utensils, shovels on one end, we also require computers, peripherals, softwares, mountaineering equipment, and such like things. So the vendor base has to cater for this wide ranging requirements, and efforts are there to get maximum goods and service on board GeM in consultation with GeM authorities. Now, as per the analytics which are available on GeM, Ministry of Defense is the highest spender on GeM, followed by the Ministry of Home Affairs. And the micro, small, medium enterprises are being given exemptions as per policy in vogue, like earnest money deposit and performance bank guarantee exemptions. Efforts are also being made to ensure that timely payments are being done through the Controller General of Defense accounts, so that no payments are pending, especially in cases of MSMEs. Now, certain major issues, the first one I would like to talk on is the option clause. Now, recently only the GeM authorities have agreed to increase the option clause from 25% to 50%, and after the issue was deliberated upon. Now, repeat order as such is not available on GeM, and as it is considered that due to dynamic rates on GeM, fresh procurement can bring in better price discovery than a repeat order. As far as rate contracts and the staggered delivery is concerned, as per the amendment in the General Financial Rules on 2nd of April 2019, there is no provision of rate contract as of now in GFR. However, GeM has provided a delivery period of 1 year for products with staggered delivery and option clause of 50% with provision of supplementary invoices. In services, they have allowed for contracts up to 2 years through bidding process. In car hiring, that civil hire transports, the option clause of plus minus 25% has been enabled, which will enable us to pay lesser if the cars or the transport has not been utilized for certain duration. Coming to pre-bid meeting, which has been allowed only for services as of now, but we feel that this should also be made available for goods. Owing to quality concerns which were raised with GeM authorities, they are also introducing a feature of caution money, which will be paid by all sellers while registering on GeM. This amount will be forfeited in case of any default by the seller. Now, coming to certain points for going forward, the first one, like the CEO of GeM, Shri Talleen Kumar, brought out yesterday in his address, that about charging of 1% of penal interest per month in case of delayed payments. I feel that this is a very good step which will increase vendor confidence in GeM and provide a boost to digital economy as well. It will ensure faster clearance of bills digitally. But however, I also feel that there is a need to integrate our controller of defense accounts at the earliest and the financial advisors in order to make the system more effective. This process is already, I would say, underway. Certain other facilities like online reprocessing of bills and online tracking of various cases should also be enabled before 1st of October, so that when this system of penalty on delayed payments goes online, this is handled properly. Second issue which I want to bring out going forward is, as per GeM vendor assessment policy, the assessment of vendor is based on annual turnover, which is carried out on entire range of product of company, which may not be applicable for the item being procured. So there is a requirement of a monthly production capacity of vendors for a particular item to be available on portal to facilitate allocation or loading of supply order. And one last point which I want to bring out is, as per the experience of defense buyers, it is observed that the L1 vendor having high monthly production capacity with regional delivery period has also faltered in some places in supplying the heavy volume items. So as per the provisions of the general financial rules, if the lowest acceptable bidder is not in a position to supply the full quantity required, the remaining quantity as far as possible be ordered from the next higher responsive bidder at the rates offered by the lowest bidder, even if there was no prior decision to split the quantities. Now, this will ensure that even if there's a faltering by one of the vendors, minimum quantities can still be procured. Now, to conclude, I would say that GeM as a platform has enormous potential, which can be exploited by buyers and sellers together. GeM 4.0, which is likely to be rolled out soon, will offer a unified procurement system, which will be more efficient, inclusive, along with latest features based on artificial intelligence. I wish all the best to GeM and its officials for all their future endeavors. And I'm thankful to all of you once again to provide me this opportunity to share my thoughts with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Brigadier Agarwal. That is very useful comments. I think our joint common goal between industry and the defense services is to have a healthy defense industrial base in the country. And all these things would lead to that. And I think greater standardization, understanding your needs, and accordingly the industry would adjust. And if they are paid on time and they know what they are getting into, the total cycle times are reduced, then only you can have a healthy vendor base in the country. Thank you very much for your comments. And we will now move on to Mr. Haridas. Mr. Haridas is the Vice President, Sales and Marketing for Blue Star Limited. And we look forward to his comments. Mr. Haridas, please. Is Mr. Haridas there?
Can you hear me, sir?
We can hear you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Kohli. Very warm welcome and good afternoon to all the viewers, the organizers, and the co-panelists. It's a great opportunity, and thank you for having me here. As you know, Blue Star does not really need a big introduction, but let me briefly tell, we are one of the oldest. We are a 76-year-old organization and a leader in air conditioning and the refrigeration product space, and also the professional electronics. And we are one of the major vendors to the government. And I take this opportunity to thank GeM for the wonderful initiative for the past year, which has really helped bringing transparency and efficiency in the system. Now, coming to the subject of the discussion, Mr. Agarwal had made very pertinent points. I think it's very pertinent here. We have to definitely factor whatever his suggestions are there. Now, how would we actually broad base? One is to widen the customer reach wherever you're already present. For example, today, GeM is widely used by all the 42 ministries. We are noticing that defense is also using it very widely, and the large organizations which are the state government, which are basically aligned with the central governments, are using it. And also we notice that there are the railways and NTPC and ONGC, all of them have their own procurement portals which are more specific. Like Mr. Agarwal also mentioned, they have a specific requirement. Capturing those specific requirements and integrating those independent procurement portals in GeM, and also ensuring as much as product categories are captured. For example, defense has a very peculiar requirement. I think in the harsh climates, extreme weathers in let's say Rajasthan or the border areas of in the Ladakh, etc., the requirements are completely different. And this has definitely a great potential if if all these buyers are able to publish, let's say, their yearly requirement, companies like Blue Star, I'm sure Godrej, my colleague who's there, is also one of the largest player in this. We will be able to start planning if the business is of substantial volume. You will be able to expand the vendor base. So my request is that if there is an option of publishing a budgets or a procurement plan for a year, it will definitely help in the broad basing the vendors, and like I told, the customers also can be included. I have one suggestion which might sound crazy, but the DG of CII was mentioning on the inaugural day. He said he can use all the CII offices, all the 60 plus CII offices in the country can be utilized for the propagating and expanding the reach of GeM. So I'm wondering whether we can leverage even the CII customers also on the GeM platform, also the MSMEs, whether those buyers register under GeM, the MSMEs and startups and all those small entrepreneurs, can they also be offered an opportunity to procure from GeM, which means even a seller on GeM can technically become a buyer on GeM. I'm just wondering whether if there is an option or if it is a viable idea. This, I think, will probably broad base the GeM and propagate it far better also. The other aspect which we can broad base is expanding the geographies. Whether we will be able to, whether every single customer in the nook and corner of the country, including Andamans, Lakshadweep, and can they effortlessly procure through GeM. And very importantly, we are delighted to hear when Mr. Talin Kumar and the CFO of the GeM mentioned that there is going to be a discipline on payments, where the buyer is becoming accountable. There is a timelines for the payments. Trust me, the industry will take that extra effort in broad-basing and participating more and more in such business, because traditionally we all know that the moment it is a government business, there is a feeling that payment will not come on time. This tends to get into a lot of other areas of let's say cost buffering in terms of their inability to offer the very cost competitive prices. Though GeM has achieved a great success in bringing down the procurement cost by 10%, there is still room. The payment related clause will bring more vendors, it will definitely broad base, and this is a very welcome news. Things like the repeat orders, enhance the expediting repeat orders. I'm just repeating quickly what Mr. Agarwal mentioned. All this will go a long way in spreading the broad base of it. From our side, we stand committed. Blue Star being one of the largest vendors to the government, we will cooperate with every single efforts by GeM and the CII and the associated partners in broad basing the business through GeM. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Haridas. I just want to share a small story with you. I had a vendor, a plastic molding manufacturer, and he came to me once. I'm from the electronics industry, so he also used to sell to the auto industry. And one of his customers in the auto sector got acquired by a Japanese company, and they had new Japanese management which came over. And he says, for the first time as the CEO of my company, I was invited by the customer. Normally my marketing people would go there, and this new Japanese CEO insisted that I want to meet the chief executives of all my vendors, all my major vendors. And he said, look, in Japan, the most important person for us is our vendor. This vendor is actually making an investment for my business. He invests in my business. And he says, henceforth, I have given instruction, and this payment problem which we discussed is not just confined to government. It is, as you know, very much there in the private sector also. It's become a cultural issue in our country, because we assume that, there are enough vendors. If this guy doesn't supply, the other one would come in. I think at the end of the day, we all pay a price for that particular attitude. And this Japanese CEO, he said, I'll make sure you will never, ever follow up for payments with us. I will give you my 2 years plan. What are the new models which I'm launching by next year? It is not an order, but it is an indicative planning for you, so that you can start planning accordingly. And I will give you 6 months firm orders so that you can plan your production. And this particular vendor CEO was so delighted. And he said that now we can give our best to this company. We will plan, we will be able to reduce cost, we will be able to improve quality, and we will be able to give him much better responses in what they are looking for. So thank you so much, Mr. Haridas. And we will now move on to a very high-tech sector, which is...
Can I answer some of the queries that has been raised?
You want to raise now?
Can I answer some of the questions that has been raised?
Would you like to do it now, or shall we take it towards the end after everybody is spoken?
As you decide. As you decide.
So my suggestion would be, let's finish and then we can take up all of it.
Okay.
Kindly keep a note and we can respond. So can I now request Mr. Namit Sinha, Director Sales for Microsoft India, to please share his views.
Thank you, Mr. Kohli. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Namit Sinha here from Microsoft. And it's so good to be amongst all of you, part of this panel, and addressing this very interesting and very close to heart topic. First of all, GeM has transformed the way we have been dealing with government for years in India and in various places, the way we have been doing business in government for so many years. And since that GeM has come up from the initial days in 2017-18 till now, it has gone through various evolution processes of 1.0, 2.0, and very soon we are going to have 4.0 as well. GeM has also come a long way, and it has given us companies like us to an ability to serve people and customer at a remote location as well, which we wouldn't have been otherwise been able to do. Somebody talked about, I think Mr. Agarwal and Mr. Haridas talked about, customers in Andaman, customers in Assam. I mean, people like us, we would not have reached to go to a customer in Assam and serve to them to the best of their ability. So what is also providing an opportunity to a buyer to make sure that they are in whichever parts of the country that they are not only able to get access to the best and the highest technology products that's available in the market to have it available for them. At the same time, they are also being able to look at the competitive rates at which it's available. And they, despite having a small requirement, they are able to get the best of prices. They are getting the best of the support. So I think it's giving a lot of flexibility, a lot of help to the industry, to the government customers as a buyer. So I think in and all, it's a great platform to be in. I would also want to talk about few areas where we believe there are things that can improve the experience of buy and seller much better. And I think some of the things I'm aware that would get taken care in 4.0 as well. But things like, so GeM started something called masking the name of the sellers in the tenders, and it just started about 3, 4, 5 months ago, I guess. And it's a great initiative because that's it. That is bringing the transparency, honesty into the system, whereby until unless the contract is awarded, a buyer does not even know whom is he buying from. So basically, it brings in a lot of transparency, a lot of trust, a lot of functionality, which is kind of getting built in. But I would want to add that that visibility is not even visible to people like us, who is an OEM for the product. And while it is good from a transparency perspective, and it's very appreciated, but it is also bringing a doubt in terms of whether that partner is an authorized partner from our side to be able to serve that customer. And what it does is, at many times, I think Brigadier Agarwal also talked about, and support being provided at the place by an authorized partner. Many times what we have seen is while this platform is giving an opportunity to all the vendors across the country to solve for a customer's requirement, say in Jammu or so somebody sitting in Gujarat can quote for a requirement or a tender which is published from Jammu. Now, for all you know, that person does not have the capability to serve a customer beyond a certain time, beyond beyond his capability to go and serve a person in Assam or in Agartala or in Jammu or in remote location. So the flexibility to have the OEMs like us to be able to view that yes, an authorized partner is selling on my behalf, because since I'm not dealing with the customers directly, it is also important that my name should not get tarnished in the wrong manner, because at the end of the day, a customer is saying that Microsoft product is not working, or say Blue Star product is not working, or ISA product is not working. So I think it is equally important that we need to create that kind of an environment whereby we are able to control the service delivery mechanism to which you are getting service. That is the point number one, I would say. The second point is I would also suggest that while some of the things, as I think my fellow panelists talked about, I think Mr. Sharma also talked about, some of the artificial intelligence based software which is kind of getting implemented in 4.0, which will take care of a lot of the search issues which is kind of getting come on this. I think as we progress in GeM 4.0, it will become much mature. Another important point that I would like to bring here is GeM at this point in time, as per the understanding that I have, does not give complete freedom to a buyer the way it gives in a normal tender. Which means if a customer wants to have a product and a service and an annualized contract or a monthly contract or specific terms that needs to be given for a specific project, those flexibility are not there. So while as a platform it brings uniformity into the context, but it also allows some partners to kind of look away from GeM, because some customers like defense, like railways, like NTPC could have a very specific requirement which is meant for them, and for them it is very crucial. So until as you make that enablement done for them, they would obviously not be able to come to this platform just for the sake of coming on a platform. So I think some of these areas, if you are able to plug together, I would believe GeM has taken a huge leap from where it started. It has become a very mature system from where it has started. Some of the few nuances, if we are able to address, it will look at the requirement of the buyer, it will look at the requirement of a seller, and we would be able to marry together so that a best product with the best service capability is delivered to a customer, whereby you are satisfied as the buyer, we are satisfied as the seller, that the right person is selling to you and you are getting the right service. So I think some of these aspects, if it gets taken care, I believe it would do wonders for the procurement and will take care of the concerns that some of the buyers may have, by which they are not they are kind of forced to look at their own procurement systems and not coming on GeM. So I think these 2 or 3 points that I would mention that should be, and I'm sure some of them are in discussion, some of them would get taken care of. That will make the system a very robust, very comprehensive, and very smart way of looking at it. So that's it from my side.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sinha.
Thank you, sir.
I'm little worried on managing time, so we would have loved to have Mr. Sharma come in at this time. But what we will do is, before we open up the Q&A, he would make his comments, because a lot of the speakers are actually giving suggestions for GeMs, and we would love to have his views before we open for the formal Q&A. But in terms of time management, let us complete all the speakers and then go on to Mr. Sharma, and then hopefully have some time for Q&A. So may I now request Mr. A.K. Taneja, who is the Executive Director of National Thermal Power Corporation, again a sector having very unique needs for that particular sector. And we look forward to hearing from Mr. Juneja his views. Mr. Juneja, please.
Good afternoon to you all. Am I audible?
Yes.
Once again, good afternoon to all the viewers, my co-panelists, Mr. Kohli, and my co-panelist. It is a great privilege to be talking on this platform arranged by CII along with the GeM, in which the beautiful thing is the panel created by you has equal spectrum, full spectrum of buyers as well as sellers from diverse field. And today's topic is very appropriate because till date GeM is being looked as items which are generally available on GeM or of common use category, like communication systems, IT related equipment, furniture, stationery, sports equipment, medicine, medical equipment. There are also few of common use engineering products which are currently available on GeM, but of late, since last about 6 months to 1 year, GeM has tried to give a big push to cater to the requirement of specific engineering products, like the defense friend Mr. Tarun Agarwal was telling, and we in power sector have worked day and night with GeM to basically, we being in power industry, our products are engineering intensive, and we have specialized requirement, and also time and quality is paramount for us, because we have to run a power plant 24/7. So 24/7 means there has to be continuity and sustainable way our operations has to run, and we cannot afford any late deliveries. And at the same time, if the quality is not good and quality is not up to the mark, there will be more shutdowns, and there will be more operational problems. Having said that, as initially told by Mr. Sharma, now GeM has tried to move on from general items to customized products, customized requirement of buyers. I will now take forward. Currently, the category of products which are highly technical and critical in engineering products, which are power plant specific, they are currently not available on GeM. But what we have done is, as earlier told by Mr. Nalin Kohli, most of the public sectors, like we have been operating since last 45 years, we have our own very elaborate system of having vendors, uh, enlisted vendors for each and every type of equipment, because we need timely deliveries, and we don't want to carry large inventories. So we already have enlisted vendors, and we also have standardized products. We have tried to work together with the GeM to basically bring the specialized requirement of our product categories onto GeM, and then also to bring those vendors also onboarded on GeM, so that GeM platform is used for our procurement. But essentially speaking, GeM is a marketplace, and platform does not support tendering in manner which is we are carrying out on government CPP portal, JEPNIC portal. Prerequisite to conduct the tendering on GeM is that item categories with all specifications need to be created first on GeM portal, and the vendors need to be registered for these products with the approval of brand, trademark, before uploading and onboarding on the GeM portal. All these processes and approval by GeM before tendering is taking a considerable time, which I believe, as told by Mr. Sharma, the GeM 4.0 version is trying to take care of many of these aspects. NTPC has submitted to GeM further quite a few number of list of functionalities and alterations in the existing functionalities, many of which I believe may be offered to us as part of GeM 4.0. And I would like to name a few here. As also told by my previous speaker, and specifically Brigadier Tarun Agarwal, there is, because of nature of our operation, there is requirement of staggered delivery at a fixed rate over a longer period. Currently, I believe GeM is offering staggered delivery only up to the period of 6 months, but that does not serve our purpose. Like defense NTPC power plants, 35 odd power plants, they are also set up across the length and breadth of the country, and we need basically supply of staggered delivery need the fulfill the requirement of operation and maintenance of the plants. Supply of APM products like LDO, heavy fuel oil, HSD, and naphtha. These are basically on these products. As per government rules, these products are available to us on the price prevailing on the date of delivery of these products. But GeM functionality is not currently fully available, in which they are giving us the price billing on the date of placement of order. We want it on the date of invoice, whatever price is prevailing, that should be offered. Then, as I told you earlier, tendering among the standardized vendors, which we have basically enlisted after a thorough quality check and their visiting their manufacturing plants. NTPC has done that exercise and enlisted the vendors after a thorough this thing. But when we come to GeM, GeM would again try to put in their system, and they will again for onboarding these vendors, GeM is running their process again, which I believe can be avoided. GeM can work with us, see the robustness of our process, and then allow the vendors already onboarded by us to be taken as such, rather than reconducting the whole exercise, which is in fact, I would say, wastage of time. Then, as a big PSU, we have our own internal SAP ERP systems, and our procurement is fairly mechanized, automated and digitized based on our SAP and ERP system. We are working with GeM for integration of our SAP and ERP systems with GeM, forward integration as well as backward integration, where the purchase requisitions generated in our ERP systems can be straightway integrated with the GeM portal, and then tendering and PO can be done on the GeM portal. Then we want to carry out certain tendering in which we have a very high level committees in place, like I would say not less than defense, where we have our own qualifying requirements, and we want GeM to adopt our qualifying requirement and allow us doing bidding on that. When we give our qualifying requirements to GeM for allowing us tendering and putting it in ATC, what we are finding is GeM is again, going through our QR again and again, and they are trying to change our qualifying requirements. These qualifying requirements are approved within our system by a very, very high level committees, and it is very sacrosanct for us. And it creates a double problem for us. One is it is taking more time if GeM is reviewing it again. And second is, it is, we feel it is wastage of time.
Junaida Saab, we are running.
I'll take 2 more minutes. Then there is a requirement of, we out of our, we as revenue procurement, as our O&M procurement, our procurement volume is in the tune of 3,500 to 4,000 crore rupees. Out of that, basically 75% is service procurement. Right now, GeM portal does not have a major facility for making available the service procurement. What we are saying is, and a lot of MSMEs are involved when we are doing this service procurement, which is basically operation and maintenance services for the power plant. So what we want is GeM should also allow, in addition to products, procurement of services. They are allowing the procurement of services, but they are in standard lump sum mode. Whereas in our case, we have the system in the tendering portal in which various kinds of services are bunched together, and NTPC has the facility of altering the rates and altering the quantities of various line item in those services. Like there may be say 50 services, and I can change the rate quantity and rates on the fixed rates quantities of various services. So lot of MSME, vendors are getting left out because service categories, service contract type of tendering is yet to pick up on GeM portal. GeM has been doing a lot. They have launched the version 4.0 and a lot of things have been done. But our request is we need to work together with them a lot more so that requirements are customized to our special requirements. And then that can be one last point which I would like to make. Once they have done it for a major power sector company like NTPC, that will be very, very useful that power state electricity boards all over India in the states, they would use the standards created by NTPC. So they will find the standardized categories and standardized products which are created by GeM for NTPC. They will be all along all states, state electricity board will be able to use for their generating companies. With these words, I think this is what from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Janita. We are running very behind time, so I would last two speakers, I would request them to be as brief as possible. We have to hear Mr. Sharma because suggestions are for GeM's administration, so we need to keep a little time for him. So may I now request Mr. Hitesh?
May I request a thing that it's better to confine to the topic that is for the panel, because I had seen the lot of things are being discussed which are basically between GeM and a specific organization. That we had always those separate meetings and taking up all those things. Though I will answer all such things, it is better to confine to the
Point is well taken. So may I now request Mr. Hitesh Vaidya, National Sales Manager of Acer, to share his views, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Cooley. Yeah, it's really nice to be here on this platform today amongst all my eminent co-panelists. First I would like to start by saying that it's really difficult, when you are one of the last speakers, because there are good and bad things with it. Good that you don't have to speak much because most of the points and topics have already been covered during the course of discussion. Today's topic, so I'll just limit myself to today's topic, as Mr. Sharma also pointed out, that which essentially is a broad basing of products on GeM to fulfill needs of the diverse buyers. So, if I have to go on in that direction, a lot of my panelists have already given suggestions that GeM platform currently has evolved over last 3 to 4 years, where we have seen new category of products being incorporated within GeM's ecosystem, which essentially means that GeM has been very receptive to various ideals and the ideas which are floated by the buyers, by the sellers, and they have embraced all those points to ensure that the new version, whichever comes up on GeM's platform, that takes care of most of the requirements of the users. One very important point here is that Honorable PM gave a call for Atmanirbhar Bharat. I would actually congratulate GeM and its entire team that they embraced this philosophy almost 3 to 4 years back in the year 2016 when this platform was developed, which is a totally indigenously designed and developed platform catering to the needs of Indian government buyers. So that really sets the whole things in the right perspective when we talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat and making the entire country to work in this direction in terms of creating new products and technologies which would help in various buyers and sellers. Another good aspect about this platform is the feedback mechanism, which I already mentioned. That feedback mechanism really helps in terms of improvement, and that is essentially the backbone of any system. Unless you get and act upon the feedbacks that you're getting from buyers and sellers, you can never develop a platform which is really useful to the needs and requirements of the for any platform to achieve the required traction, a critical mass is very important. And to have that critical mass, that is where this concept of broad basing of buyer needs comes into place. So we need to ensure that, various products, it could be products, it could be services, as some of our panelists also mentioned. There could be, requirements which are very specific to organizations, which really needs to be taken up on GeM's platform. Because once that is done, it essentially means that all those buyers would definitely float their requirements on the GeM platform. If that doesn't happen, it has a pitfall also. In case you don't allow all sorts of requirements coming up on GeM, then it means that the organizations will need to have two different kind of systems to follow for taking care of their procurement needs. One, the system which is followed by GeM, and the second, a traditional way in which all these organizations are buying. So which means another productivity loss for the organizations, productivity loss for the sellers, and of course, ultimately it all leads to the loss of money for the exchequer. In case this single process is followed, it really helps the buyers and sellers to adopting to this process and ensuring that the best services and the at the rightful price are delivered to their sellers, to the buyers. I also would like to mention here that the scales are very important for success or failure of any platform. So just see the kind of scales which GeM has been able to develop in terms of government buying. It has really helped organizations to really change their selling processes and ensure that all benefits, whatever are possible, can be offered to the sellers, to the buyers as well. So these are some of the points which I really wanted to put across. I still don't have much time, though I have a lot of other things to discuss on this platform. Quick suggestions.
I think we have a time constraint, so we need to have one more speaker, and we must listen to Mr. Sharma because a lot of things were addressed to him.
Mr. Kohli, very quickly, 2 or 3 points which I just want to put across. One, of course, is a question to Mr. Sharma also, that is in terms of acceptability of this platform, because we have seen the traction building up on the central government side. But what about the state government? Today, the huge buying happens on the state government side, and we see a lot of resistance most of the times in state government departments for adopting this platform, because somewhere they feel there is they follow their own financial norms, their own audit norms, which somewhere may or may not be supported by the GeM platform. So that is one point where we really need help from Mr. Sharma in terms of making sure that state governments follow this platform and use this platform for all opportunities which are available for them. Secondly, another very critical aspect, because I am not just an OEM, but Acer India is also a seller, one of the biggest sellers on GeM, and payments are very critical for us, for our success, for any seller's success or failure in the marketplace. So we really want your kind attention to make sure that even not just for the central government, but for the state government departments also, when the system is developed, that these people take care of the payments for the sellers as promptly as the central government is trying to do. And lastly, since GeM is a very collaborative platform, what I would like to see is that GeM should also give options for sellers to advertise their products and advertise new initiatives which are being taken by various sellers like us. These initiatives could be in line of developing products which follow Make in India guidelines of Government of India, because that would actually help us in terms of broad basing, in terms of reaching out to most of the customers in the center as well as in the state government departments. So these are some of the points, some of the questions which I would like to just leave it for the panel to discuss and take it forward. Thank you very much. I would just rest my case here.
Thank you, Mr. Vaidya. Let's go quickly to the last speaker, Mr. Gaurav Agarwal from Godrej. Gauravji, I would request you to be very brief, and then we can request Mr. Sharma to give his views in terms of all the points which have been addressed towards GeMs. So, Mr. Gaurav Agarwal, please.
Thank you, Mr. Nalin. Good afternoon, the esteemed panelists. As Mr. Vaidya already said, that being the last speaker makes it really difficult. And since Mr. Nalin has already set the tone that I have to keep it restricted to that. So first of all, I can't miss it, of congratulating GeM and CII for this 4-year anniversary on completing from the inception and getting this organized digitally, which shows the power of digital India that nothing had stopped it of getting disconnected. In terms of this topic, we talk about diversified needs of the buyers and the broad basing. I would say that we at Godrej have been experiencing this ourselves, be it any kind of applications from our setting up a education organization or in offices from our interior where it is setting up of an office or setting up a research and development unit where there's requirements of forklifts or could it be air conditioners. So many diversified needs when we meet one organization. And I remember when we started interacting with GeM and we started first, probably the requirement was for an airport public seating. And eventually today we see we are present in more than 100 plus categories, meeting the diversified needs of the buyers, servicing through 11,000 plus products. More than 750 plus buyer organizations, we are able to meet them, their kind of different needs. As well as we are not only doing that, enabling the resellers, reaching out to them in the remote places, as we talked about by the other esteemed panelists, towards the districts of Assam and the far off locations of the country. So when we go ahead, we see, as already mentioned by Mr. Juneja, as well as Mr. Agarwal Kumami, like a lot of needs of the buyers we come across in terms of a lot of standardization. When they have procured something, they wanted to buy a repeat purchase and they have to follow the entire process. So I would classify basically the development or probably the future needs in four areas. Number one would be the purpose. So a government organization or the buyers, there are different purposes, whether they are setting up any unit related to CSR, there will be a different kind of buying requirement. If they are setting up a training center or they are setting up a research and development center. So in that, they would need a particular kind of setups, which should be understood. And based on that, these purposes should be able to be integrated, and based on that, there should be the second point. What I want to drive is the products and services, where it could be the integration, the products and services, the relevant categories. Probably there could be, as I think we spoke about the GeM 4.0, which is going to come. There could be AI enablement where the relevant categories, because there's a plethora of 7,000 plus categories on the portal, so that the buyers can know based on that what are the relevant categories, the products are available. And as Mr. Juneja said also about that, mentioning about their requirements, as we saw recently, there is integration about the CPP tenders. So there could be some kind of platform where they can mention the particular requirements they're going to require in future, or even the current scenario, the products are not available, so that the relevant buyers and people who can provide the products and solutions can expedite to progress on that. The third element related to the processes, as Suneja said, and I think we saw about the ERP integration, where the diversification required in various processes based on the different buyer organizations, as some would give preference towards quality over cost, some would prefer over design. So today there is no element of design or sustainability, which are organizations and certifications provided by government organizations like India Design Mark, which is from DIPP, or RIA certification, which is from sustainability point of view. So these are things which will encourage even the certifications required and mandated by the government organizations. Often we feel the challenge what your buyer organization feels is to do towards maintenance as well as removal of their existing setup. So there is no functionality, and often we have seen in the past there used to be elements related to buyback or getting it disposed of, because that becomes another challenge for them. So if they could integrate the contract kind of processes where the lifetime value of the total product solution while buying, maintenance, as well as in case there is a refurbishing or liquidation, so that way it enable the buyer's inclusiveness from the totality. And the fourth, I would say, from priority, because we have seen a government buyers, they work a lot of times on tight requirements when they have to deliver.
I'm getting reminders we are running late, so can you
Right.
very quickly wind up, please?
So this was the last point. I would say that in terms of priority, it is important that even their priority, when they need something, if they have a deadline to meet, so that it can enable their project timelines. So there could be any kind of indicators to when their requirements are prioritized, so that buyers can be identified who can meet those kind of priority requirements. I'm sure all the other points related to from a seller point of view, I think have been mentioned, like how there could be preference related to kind of a quality cost in terms of payment integration and more visibility, the easy onboarding of the various categories where we can display related to the products, services and solutions. So I would say that while it is ending, and I would, from on behalf of Godrej, would invite all the esteemed panelists and all the members to visit the exhibition. That itself will talk about the diversity, what is available on the portal, and how we as an organization can support the buyer organizations.
Thank you so much. Thank you for very good inputs. All the panelists have provided. I would, we are running a little late, but I'll request Mr. Sharma to kindly very quickly give his responses, which he would like to share with us. One would love to continue the session, but we have a time constraint. So Mr. Sharma, can I request you to give your very quick comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kohli, and all the panelists for all their points of consideration. I had seen this, most of the points are already in our notice. I will start with the points raised by Brigadier, Major General sir. That's one is the pre-bid meeting. Now the pre-bid meeting concept, that online clarification or chat box will be available on the bid, where vendors can raise their queries and buyer can answer those queries against a bid. Then again with the bid there is a bid I think challenge system also, because if some bidder feels that they have been disqualified unreasonably, they can challenge that, and buyer has to answer those queries. The challenge time is about 48 hours. This functionality will be deployed. Then there was another issue raised about capacity of the bidder to supply the product. This facility will also be available in GeM 4.0. Once in the bidding, the buyer can demand the capacity that is available with those bidders and how much order they can take. There was one more point raised about inspections, DGQA related inspections. I think this inspection facility is already available, and authorized inspection agencies, particularly of the defense and MHA or those type of organizations, is available to them, including railway also. Buyer can choose those inspection agencies. Similarly, if some PSUs want, they can also be done. Then there was a issue of masking of sellers and buyers. Yes, I think this is being done, but on the bidding, the place of delivery is specified. Flexibility to the buyer to raise the specifications in the bid process. In the direct buying, yes, it is not there, but in the bidding process, all those buyers will have, I think this I had covered already in the opening remarks, that buyers will have the facility to add the specification, add the scope of work, add the terms and conditions on fly. This will not come to GeM for approval and all. It will be done through their own approval process. The competent authority of the approval of the buyer shall be able to approve those things, and they will come into the contract. That will cover the scope of supply. Some additional specifications will be permitted. Another point that was raised is remote locations, availability of servicing at the remote locations. I think it's a combination of things. GeM is reaching out to, I think, far-flung areas to onboard the vendors, but it is simultaneously the, I think, responsibility of the OEMs also to appoint the sellers in those areas, in remote areas where they can provide the service to their products and service which are supplied in the remote areas. So it's a both way thing, but GeM is reaching out to all sorts of stakeholders, whether they are the OEMs to appoint service providers in the remote areas. They are also reaching out to buyers if they have any knowledge of utilizing the service in those remote areas. They can also be onboarded. Then there is another facility that GeM will be providing is a geographical selection. The sellers can offer the products in a specified area, and buyer can choose the sellers from a specified area which are closer to their place where they want those services. I think this will also address to a larger extent the failure rate of the orders. It is expected, but some more suggestions to handle such things are most welcome. There was another, I think this was mentioned a lot of points by the Mr. I think from NTPC. All these points have been, I think, in discussion with one-to-one meeting with GeM and NTPC, like brand approval, product approval, long-term contract. Long-term contract is again a staggered delivery and staggered payment. Though both the options are there, because the milestone-based payment option will be available, where certain payments at the time of delivery of the products, after delivery of products, and after execution of the contract, that is where some installation commissioning is required, or some integration is required, or building up solution is required. So those milestone payment options will be made available. This will be also coming up in the coming time. It's already under development. ERP and this PSU related integration, SAP and ERP integration, this process is already on. I think NTPC is already partially integrated, but level of integration is also being considered to increase the level of integration, the touch points. Initially, it may be just the payment options, but additional touch points are required in that integration. A lot of PSUs have been demanding it, and that process, I think our integration team is already in touch with all those PSUs who are asking for those type of integrations. Qualitative requirements to be added into the service, bunching options required, product and service, because the services are also in two types of services. One is a standalone service and another is a services which are purchased along with the product. So those type of services are bunchable with the product. In number of places such I think bidding has taken place where service plus products are there. Another point was raised about, I think it's fit into some life cycle cost of the product or service that is being procured by the buyer. Buyer can choose that. I think number of contracts has been placed on this life cycle cost basis, where product plus its comprehensive maintenance over a period of time, so say 5 years, 6 years, 8 years. So those options are also available to buyers in certain categories, and as this thing is demanded in more and more places, this thing can also be built in. Then there is a type of contract, life cycle cost. Again, it is two types of things. One is a capex product where only the products are purchased, but OPEX models are also being considered under the service category. OPEX where operation, maintenance and deployment is there. Number of services has been introduced in this model, particularly in IT sector, and in few other sectors. Some more services are in the pipeline that will be added. All these things are to be notified and on the portal, and it will be available for all the buyers and sellers. Some more services will be introduced on this aspect.
Mr. Sharma, can we close now?
Of the platform by the state governments.
Mr. Sharma, we are eating into the next session's time. So may I request that some of the pending points that you have, you may kindly send it by email response to these people, or share it as part of the summary, because I'm getting reminders to close, and I would love to. I would love to hear you for longer, and so would other panelists. So may I thank each one of you for the wonderful remarks, suggestions that have been made today, and I'm sure that this would go in a long way in making the portal even far more effective. And Mr. Sharma, kindly the points that have been left out, if you could send it by email to the concerned panelists, it would be greatly appreciated. I'm getting reminders that we are eating into the time of the next session. So with that, I would like to close this one. Thank you so much for all the useful thoughts and inputs which were provided today. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Sharma ji. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Sharma ji.
Thank you all the panelists.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kohli, and thank you so much to all our panelists. And yes, Mr. Sharma, you could take that separately, please. We are really sorry. We would have liked to hear you, but we need to start the next session in time. And the next session is on fulfilling the needs of buyers related to service categories, the road ahead for GeM. This will begin in the next 10 minutes. We should start by 3 p.m. I request all participants to stay logged in now, since there is not too much time for the next session to start. And I will see you again at 3. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The world is full of opportunities. There are adventures around every corner, exciting places to discover, and new possibilities to explore. Technology makes these opportunities available to everyone. Not long ago, only a few people had access to technology. Acer helped break down barriers, making computers more reliable, affordable, and easier to use. We can be proud to have been at the forefront of this revolution. It didn't just change technology, it changed people too. With new ways of connecting and creating, they became more curious. They became modern-day explorers. Architects designing cities, musicians composing their next opus, teachers, students, filmmakers telling stories, business owners, scientists advancing knowledge. From every corner of the globe, modern-day explorers are building the future, and they need tools they can rely on. That's where we come in. We're not the biggest company in the world, but we're smart and we're resourceful, enough to take on companies 10 times our size. We're curious. Curiosity is the seed of every revolutionary idea, a chance to create something totally new. We're progressive. Everything we do is created to improve lives and carry the industry forward. And most importantly, we're human. We take pride in our products, but even more pride in what people do with them. Every day, we contribute to society, pushing the limits of what's possible by making knowledge and creativity available to all. It's time for us to come forth as the brand that curious minds can rely on. At ACER, we help modern-day explorers make history. After all, we're explorers ourselves. Ready? Let's go explore.
The world is full of people telling you who to believe they are, but we thought we'd tell you who we're not. Let's start here. We're not in shipping. We don't make lips. Seriously, no lips. We do this. We're good at this. And we make all of these. And even though you'll find us here and here, we don't make energy. We make you save it. And you'll be saving the environment too. Are we an internet company? Well, we connect and power just about everything around you. Helping machines talk to each other and to you. Making your world more personal. We're seeking out the big questions and answering them honestly. Like, how can we make the most of our energy and resources? Or can we make access to energy and digital basic human rights? We're real people, employees, developers, partners, investors, and inventors, all passionate about doing what's right. We're open, humans of all sorts from all over, learning from each other and about each other. We're not here to save the world. It'll go on with or without us. We're here to help power and connect what you do every day, to ensure life is on everywhere, for everyone, at every moment. We are Godrej. That's us in ruby, green, and blue. And this is a story of the little things we do. It started with a little thing we made to protect you and your things. Over 100 years on, we're still doing the same, except it now has wings. Little things that will take you places you can't get to on an airplane. Little things that circle the earth and tell our farmers when it will rain. Little things that keep our animal friends hale and hearty. And little things that keep kids healthy naughty and naughty. Little things that keep not just our homes, but even medicines and vaccines cool. And little things that rinse away dirt and allergens, so your little ones don't miss a day of school. Little things that make washing hands so much fun. And some that make your cars and homes smell like spring. Little things that keep diseases away. And some that make your hair shine and swing. Little things that help you make things. Big, small, and everything in between. And little things that help carry those things to places far and even unseen. Little things, or should we say little spaces, where you live, work, and play. And little things you keep in those spaces to sit, sleep, or just put things away. Locks, soaps, buildings, and missiles. Well, there are quite a few. These
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Mohit here.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Mr. Bhatta.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
We will begin in about 3 minutes, Mr. Hussain, and I welcome you all to this session. We will begin at 3. We are just waiting for one of the panelists to join.
Sure.
So, Umarji, as discussed, start with a small brief on GeM, and then we can go into detail into substance.
Yes, Bhatta sir. We'll follow the same thinking.
So good afternoon, everybody. Sir, are you starting?
We will begin at 3, so we still have about 2 to 3 minutes to go.
Okay.
So we wanted to check. We have Mr. Rajiv Agarwal with us and Mr. Dhananjay Tambe with us.
That is right. I'm here.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Tambe. I can see you now. Perfect. I'm still looking out for Rajiv. Do we have Mr. Rajiv with us from Uber?
We are waiting for him to join.
Okay.
We can now begin with our next session, which is the last session for the day and for the conclave. The topic of this session is fulfilling the needs of buyers related to service categories, the road ahead for GeM. The panel discussion focuses on how the portal is addressing the specific procurement needs of government buyers related to services. The moderator of this session is Shri Mohit Bhasin, partner KPMG. The panelists are Shri Prakash Mirani, ACEO GeM, Shri YK Pathak, DCEO GeM, Shri Rajiv Agrawal, Head, Public Policy Uber, Shri Abhiraj Behel, Co-founder Urban Company, and Shri Dhananjay Arvind Tambe, Deputy Managing Director and Chief Information Officer, State Bank of India. Before we begin, may I request you all to please keep your mics on mute and unmute only while you speak. This will help us eliminate any background noises. Also, in the interest of time, I request all speakers to adhere to the allotted time and conclude the session at 4 p.m. May I now request Mr. Bhasin to kindly take over from here.
Thank you so much, Neha. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Mohit. I am a partner with KPMG Government Practice. I have the privilege of working with so many government initiatives, including GeM. Today, we are diving into a very interesting subject, which is around government e-marketplace. And this is just an introduction for the ones who are joining for the first time. Government e-marketplace, or GeM is commonly known as, is the India's only flagship initiative wherein government can buy services and products from the private sector through this platform. As we all know, GeM, under the leadership of the new CEO, now maybe it's been a while, Mr. Taleen Kumar, has been seeing a major change or an upliftment in the way the services and the products are being sold through the platform. Hence, GeM is taking a completely new avatar as we speak. Hence, this platform will give us an access and an opportunity to serve government in a much bigger way. So the topic of today is service category, which actually constitutes the fastest growing segment when it comes to offering available on GeM to government buyers. And this panel discussion will specifically dive deep into the fine prints of what kind of offerings and how can we really help GeM to further amplify its offering to the private sector is what the subject of discussion. So I will be initially taking this through a one particular question with each of our eminent panel today, and then we will go in terms of a deliberation. And at the end of the session, I will take the liberty of concluding it with certain 3 key recommendations, which possibly can go as an input to GeM for further amplifying. So allow me to now start by inviting additional CEO, Mr. Mirani. Mr. Mirani, as you have been anchoring this entire initiative, could you just please help us to take us through the kind of offering which GeM has overall, as well as what are your vision for the services sector per se?
Thanks, Mohit. For the benefit of esteemed panel members and those who have joined recently in the audience, I will give a small brief of what GeM is all about. And then maybe in the second round, we can go details into the services. What are the services available and what are the complexities of services, all those things. So government e-marketplace, popularly known as GeM, is a National Public Procurement Portal, which facilitates procurements of goods and services for all central government and state government organizations. GeM was conceptualized to bring in a disruption in the space of public procurement and to transform the legacy public procurement system with the help of a marketplace model by leveraging technology and analytics. What we have now is a very smart and efficient public procurement system, which is an end-to-end seamless digital platform The procurement is very easy and fast. The entire procurement, right from creation of bid documents, publishing of bid document, receiving of bid, evaluation of bid, placement of contract, can be done within 10 days for normal goods. And for COVID-related items, it can be completed in 3 days. So that is the kind of efficiency and speed it provides. All activities are online, not only place of contract. When the goods are received, the acceptance is online and the payment is released online. So this is how the GeM is functioning. What we have done is in last 1 year, we have been collecting feedback from all buyers and sellers, how to improve upon, how to develop new functionality. In the process, we received around 300 suggestions for various processes development. I'm happy to inform you that around 200 processes have already been implemented and 100 are in the pipeline, which may be implemented in a couple of months. The entire development of GeM revolves around 3 pillars, as was brought out in the introductory session: inclusiveness, transparency, and efficiency. Just a few words on these pillars. So when it comes to inclusiveness, we are in the process of integrating with Ministry of MSME, and very soon the 92 lakh micro and small enterprises which are registered with MSME will be soon on board GeM. In addition to that, we have already onboarded 21 lakh weavers, 18 lakh craftsmen, and 1,000 self-helpers. So our focus is clearly on the inclusiveness and to bring small sellers and service providers on the platform. I'm happy to inform you that 58% of the total transaction in the last financial year was through micro and small units, self-help groups, and startups. So that speaks about how inclusive the GeM platform is. When it comes to transparency, already all bids published can be viewed by everyone. Now we have gone one step forward. All contracts which are placed in last 3 months would be now available for display for everyone. So if when a buyer buys the product, he can see at what prices this particular product was bought by other buyers in last 3 months. He can visualize whether the products being bought are at reasonable price or not. The entire incident management module is being revamped to be fair to both buyer and the seller. Buyer is being given flexibility to add additional terms and conditions to the bid. Then there was a complaint that some buyers are disqualifying the bidders without giving reason. This will not be acceptable now. Very soon, we'll have a functionality where buyer will have to declare the reasons of disqualification for each and every bid. And if the bidder is not satisfied, he can protest against their qualification and buyer will have to justify the protest. In case buyer prepares a bid which is eccentric, which favors a particular OEM, the prospective bidders will have the opportunity to raise a protest that the bid is eccentric and the buyer will have to justify. And then we are going to provide the dashboards to both buyers and sellers for various analytics. As far as efficiency is concerned, we are providing the new functionalities of demand aggregation, staggered delivery, revamped UI UX. We are going to provide the flexibility to the buyer to add a few technical parameters which are not available, but if he feels they are very important to him, we are going to give him flexibility to upload drawings and QAPs, because for procurement of engineering goods, this is most important. So very soon these functionalities would be available. And some of the more functionalities which I would like to highlight. one most important development which would be cherished by all sellers and service providers: timely acceptance of goods and services and timely release of fees. Am I audible?
Mr. Parak, you're back now. I can hear you now, please.
Very soon, we'll have a functionality where the consignee will have to accept or reject the goods within 10 days. If he doesn't take action, the system will issue the acceptance. And after acceptance of goods, the paying authority will have to release the payment within 10 days. If it doesn't release the payment, the system will release the payment. So the seller and service providers are assured of it. Very soon, this functionality will be functional. Then we have two more NLP-based search engines, better UI, UX, and all those functionalities, which would be functional maybe in a couple of months. I think I will close here and then go for the second one.
Thank you so much. I think the way you are integrating various line ministries into GeM, various different categories of players ranging from MSMEs to SHGs to even the textile weaver community, I think it's a big step. And the way GeM is coming out like a next-gen platform will help us to increase the overall, not only the procurement volume, but also integrating it. Now, I would like to move to Mr. Pathak. Mr. Pathak, if I may invite you to kindly help us talk more about the services category of the offering which GeM is enabling, because that can be complemented with our eminent speakers which are coming with us here today. So, Mr. Pathak, over to you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mohit, for giving me the chance for talk about the services. In fact, अगर हम आपको कहें, this is a journey from संकल्प to सिद्धि journey. When we started GeM, there was no expertise available in-house or outside the GeM to create the services on the digital platform. Probably we are the only platform in the globe which are dealing with the services in a digital marketing platform, particularly public procurement system, where a lot of rules have to be imposed, and where there are so many rules, and we will have to give the opportunity to everybody so that nobody can be left in the participation of the tender process. So under that circumstances, we started our journey in August 2016 with one service on proof of concept basis, and then after gaining expertise, then we have created around 127 services that are available presently and successfully running in the portal, sir. And the total service provider, which as per our record, I think there are more than 45,000 service providers are there. 7,995 service providers are there, and 39,000 orders have already been placed in the services, and around 5,500 crore worth of procurement have been done so far in the GeM portal, particularly for the services. So now we will discuss the issues which we came across during the creation of the service. Initially, when we started the services, there were no service provider willing to come on the digital platform. Then we will have to approach them. We conducted meeting with various service providers, buyers, and then when they came to our platform, then first thing they didn't know how to quote in a digital platform, because we were dealing with such a service provider which are not aware of the digital marketing platform. So then we are getting rates which are unreasonably low or which are unreasonably high. Then the service provider withdraw the contract when they got the contract that we have not included this component or that component. Then there were issue of the service level agreement, means contract terms and conditions issue are there. Many times we don't found an answer of any situation of one of the situation in the terms and condition of the contract, which we say service level agreement. Then Then what we did then, we have taken these issues in two parts. One, the development of the functionality, and second one is the training and other means. We have also, so we have given the training, a lot of training to the service providers, buyers. And then what we done, we reviewed our service level agreement after discussing with the stakeholders, means buyers and service providers. We conducted a lot of meetings with the buyers, with service providers, and then we modified our service level agreement according to the need of the buyer and service providers and the standard terms and conditions of the services which are available on the market. Then FAQ also, we updated our frequently asked question, particularly with the services. Then we created an incident management system. Suppose if any service provider is not behaving as per the terms and condition of the contract or as per service level agreement, then any buyer can create the complaint against that particular service provider. And there is a process for taking action against that particular service provider. First, we give the chance to buyer and sellers to service provider to mutually settle their issues or disputes. If they are not able to settle their dispute or issues, then this level is increased, level is enhanced to the GeM level, and then we issue the so-called notice. And if reply of the so-called notice is not satisfactory, we blacklist or delist the service provider from 30 days to 9 months. So this is one issue. That's the way we handle this non-supply or non-performance as per the service level agreement. And then we created a lot of functionality on the portal also, just to register service provider to offering unreasonably low rate or unreasonably high rates or terms and conditions which are not required for the operation of the services. So those functionality we are developing. Many has been developed, as our ACO has told you that 200 functionality have already been developed, and we are in the process of developing more functionality. Now we have also engaged our service SME to have creation of the service and modification of the service, and we are getting a lot of help from our service expert who have for creating the services, for streamlining the service process, or streamlining the service level agreement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pathak. I think this is quite an elaborate, point of view on the services, and 127 services is quite a lot when it comes to serving government. Now, I would like to request Mr. Agarwal, from his global and Indian Uber experience, as you know that car renting is a very critical aspect of government services, and GeM is providing that particular element. How do you see a global firm like Uber can help GeM to not only complement the car hailing platforms which are available and the kind of mass services it can provide, but also in terms of your global expertise, which could be a value add to GeM overall? Mr. Agarwal.
Thank you, Mohit. So I'd just like to take a step back, at the entire public procurement scenario in a country like India. So for a developed nation or developing nation like India, it's almost 20% of our GDP, which easily be maybe 500 or 600 billion dollars in a year, if you look at the procurement by center, state, all the PSUs, etc. So GeM has been an amazing platform, which in such a short period has actually been able to transform the way we look at the erstwhile say DGSMD, or the way the entire public procurement is being looked at. Within that, goods is a very small part. Somehow we tend to confuse procurement with goods, whereas a major chunk of procurement by government departments is actually works. And that's something which GeM is now bringing in the coming, maybe the next few weeks or soon. And that's where the real meat, so to say, will lie. Now, works will include both goods and services. So obviously services as a standalone kind of procurement is something which is critical. And then when it's combined with goods to come up with works. That's another area where the GeM is really going to be providing human service to the nation as a whole, and it's going to be part of nation building. In this, if we were looking at the small microcosm of mobility, now there's so much synergy that can be brought in using technology. I'll give you a very small example. So, government department wants to provide transportation to its officials. So, I'm not talking of senior officials where you may have dedicated cars, but for a department as a whole. So, they book a taxi and they keep a taxi on their rolls for a month. The cost is maybe 50,000 a month, including the cost of the driver, the fuel, and the car, etc. Now, that car may be used for 3 trips in a day, 4 trips in a day, but once the car has taken one official from one point to another, then it gets stuck until it comes back. Only then can it take the next official. So, which means the actual utilization of that car is very, very minimal, and obviously the cost is huge. On the other hand, a mobility platform like Uber, when tied with GeM, can provide a very easy and accessible technology solution to this. So, any official in that office, say there are say 20 people in an office, and anyone who has to undertake an official trip simply goes on the Uber app, books the cab, and undertakes the trip. And the entire billing goes into a corporate or a business account. And at the end of the month or 15 days, or whatever be the billing cycle, the department pays the entire bill. So they get a full record of what trip was undertaken by whom, and there is no underutilization of assets. The cost is very low, and if I may dare say that for a department of say 20 people, the actual cost for the entire transportation of all these 20 people for all official trips would not be more than say the cost of one cab rental, for a month. So there's something which can really be brought in as synergy in terms of cost savings, in terms of using technology, in terms of creating proper audited records, which is critical for a government department. And that's where we can really tie up. And this is something which we are working with GeM and hope to in the near future be able to offer our services. And this is only possible when it's through a unified platform like GeM. If you were to do it individually with each department, it just doesn't work out. So you need standardization, you need the certainty that GeM brings in from the point of view of both a service provider as also from the point of view of the customer or the government department. So that interface which GeM is providing is actually critical to this entire exercise. And I think there are actually exciting days ahead. And I'm talking of only one sector, but if you look at the number of service sectors that are there, it's humongous, and we can really make a huge difference.
Thank you so much, Mr. Agarwal. I think the element of agility in government procurement could be definitely a new level for our GeM officials to consider that. And I'm sure your integration will help government not only to save the cost, but also to bring that into the overall approach. So now I would like to request Mr. Bahal, who is our very much own startup founder, to bring a perspective that how a startup like yourself can leverage this massive business opportunity, which is called as serving the government, can be further enhanced. And I know you have some exposure to GeM in the past. We have interacted. But what is that which government can do in order to bring more startup as a mainstream service provider or the goods provider? Mr. Bahal.
Thank you very much, Mohit. And I'd like to thank CII for inviting me for this panel discussion. Upfront, let me start by saying that any marketplace, and GeM no exception, succeeds at the back of three things. The first is aggregation of quality supply. The second is aggregation of demand. And the third is a high quality, efficient technology platform that sits in the middle and match makes efficiently this supply and demand. So let me talk about each of these three and try and fit in how startups of India, can come in on GeM. Let me start with supply aggregation piece, and as Rajiv was mentioning, services and works is a very large component of what Government of India essentially consumes. But in some sense, it's also very localized element. So unlike goods, which can be shipped from any part of the country to any other part of the country, services or works tend to be localized in nature. So an event manager in Bombay will not be able to serve anybody outside of Bombay. An AC servicing technician, in Delhi will probably be able to do limited geography of Delhi. Forget about the entire region of Delhi. So it's a highly services tend to be localized in nature, and for GeM to be able to be wide-ranging and create massive impact for the country at large, it is important as it thinks about services, that it thinks about services slightly differently from goods and thinks about how it can create a technology architecture which can be highly localized. Otherwise, what will tend to happen is that the top few organizations in every space which have a national footprint will be able to participate, but really one will not be able to allow the individuals and the SMBs of the country to become part of the service ecosystem. So what you really want is, you want the service SMBs to come on board GeM and truly participate and compete. You want that competitiveness to rise. Equally importantly, there are specifically large areas of government procurement where the supply is the government itself. And a classic example of this is PWD. Public Works Department is a large service that the government consumes, where the supplier is also the government. My father was in the armed forces. The armed forces has a very large mechanical and engineering which provides these services. So another major unlock, because this is a large part of that 500 billion that Rajiv was talking about, another major unlock is how do, and Indian Railways is an example, almost every organization which is large in Government of India has created its own large service wings. SBI will be no exception with a footprint of 10,000 banks and bank branches. I'm sure SBI has a bunch of service wings within SBI to cater to these. So how do you allow them to come on GeM and compete, and how do you allow private sector players, SMBs, to compete? I think that is the real piece around supply, unlocking quality supply, which is core to any marketplace. And for GeM, I would argue that the two vectors to think about this would be A, localization, being highly localized, which is different from how product procurement works, and B, also unlocking large areas which today are exclusive for government entities to serve. The other side is demand. Any marketplace truly succeeds when you get demand on the marketplace. These are the buyers, and whenever you aggregate demand, Mohit, you always start with the big concentrated areas, right? So if one has to aggregate government demand for services, one has to approach the railways, one has to approach the armed forces, one has to approach large PSU banks like SBI and Punjab National Bank, and get as much of their service demand as possible onto GeM. So that's another important area over the next few years that GeM will have to go and convince these large entities. And by nature of being a government marketplace, this demand won't come to you. This is the first lesson that any marketplace founder also learns. Just because you have a technology platform, just because you have, just because GeM exists, does not necessarily mean all these entities need to and must come. If you adopt that approach, you may not end up creating a competitive, high-quality marketplace. So you actually have to go and convince them that they will be better served on GeM for their service needs. Better quality, lower price compared to what they already get. And the third piece is the technology platform that sits in the middle. And I've had the opportunity to look at the GeM platform quite closely. I think it's a remarkable first start. And I must congratulate the entire GeM team for coming up with very high quality product in a short duration of time. But if this product has to scale beyond 5,000-6,000 crores of service transactions that it has done to, let's say, 100,000 crores worth of service transactions, I submit that there are 2-3 things this product and technology layer will need to develop. The first is that it will need to bake in both quality along with cost and create services. Classically is an area where ascertaining quality of the service is much more intangible compared to goods. So how do you bake in that quality is into the decision making process along with the cost is important. And very often in government procurement, one of the challenges that service sector has, that it ends up going to the L1 bidder, and therefore, quality providers don't get the necessary markup that they deserve. The second, I would say, is matchmaking. And for any service platform to work efficiently, and this is something Rajiv was alluding to as well, efficiency means there's no redundancy. It means that you can do more with lesser supply. You need an efficient matchmaking layer. So you need to aggregate demand, you need to aggregate supply, but then you need to matchmake them efficiently. And that's another area where the GeM technology platform, particularly for services, will have to invest over the next few years. Net, I would say it's gotten off to a great start. I think 2-3 years back when Madam Radha Chaudhary was the CEO and I had met her for the first time, none of us would have imagined that in a short period of time it would have done 60,000 crores worth of transactions with about 6,000 within services. So I think the team has definitely laid a strong foundation. But the real question is, can it build on this foundation over the next 5-10 years to truly encompass GeM as the go-to platform for all government entities?
Thank you so much, Mr. Bal. I think a very important perspective what you have brought, and this is to GeM again with the new or relaxed procurement norms by many government departments now for hiring services of these startups. How can we enable that white space which traditional companies can't fill, while at the same time these innovative startups can very easily fill? Is a matter of deliberation. I would like to now take an opportunity to invite Mr. Tambe. Mr. Tambe, as Bank is known to everyone in the country, and we also are aware that you are managing one very strategic element of GeM, which is the pool account. Can you please help us to elaborate more about this entire concept of pool account, and how is this going to ease the process for its user so that our participants has a view on this?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mohit. So as we have heard in other panel discussions, and to some extent in this one also, that GeM essentially tries to eliminate the pain point of both the buyer and the seller. Now, from the seller side, I think the pain point was essentially timely receipt of the money for the product that he sold. So what the GeM portal does is, so it has an integration with the banks. We are one of the banks with which the portal is integrated. And there are, of course, various methodologies which have been prescribed for the funding of the procurements. So there is a separate methodology that is prescribed for the those departments which fall under the PFMS or which use the PFMS, the Public Financial Management System, and then another set which is for the non-PFMS buyers, especially the quasi-government entities. So these entities are required to pre-fund the account. So that pre-funded account is what is called the GeM pool account. So this GeM pool account would typically be opened in one of the branches of the bank by the buyers. And this is then linked to the GeM portal. And then whenever the procurement has to happen, there is a certain percentage which has to be pre-funded. So I'm given to understand that currently this is 100%. So if let's take an example, if there is a entity that wishes to buy goods worth 100 rupees, then it should have 100 rupees in its account, and at the time the bid has been finalized, that is the L1 bidder has been finalized, that is the time when there is a lien marking that happens on this account. So the funds remain in the account of the buyer, but a lien is marked to the extent of the amount of the bid, that is the invoice value, right? And then, of course, then there is the supply of goods that happen. And then based upon the terms of the contract, the payment will also happen from the GeM portal. I mean, it should actually happen through the GeM portal so that there is a lien lifting. So this whole process is automated. The integration between the GeM portal and the banks is a completely automated process. So if you make the payment or release the payment via the GeM portal, then at the bank end, the lien in the account gets lifted and the payment gets made to the supplier in a completely automated way. So if the supplier is within the bank, it's a bank transfer, and if it's a supplier is outside the bank, then the payment happens using NEFT. It's a completely digital process, and the notifications also go to all the stakeholders that this is the quantum of payment that has been made. And essentially, this is what really brings the transparency into the whole process. Does not happen within the specified period, then there is a process by which the GeM portal instructs the bank to make the payment to the supplier, unless in the meantime there has been some factor which has resulted in the payment requiring the payment to be withheld. So because of this completely digital process and end-to-end integration that has been achieved between the GeM portal and the systems of the bank, this is what has really added to the comfort of the sellers. And I believe that this is the biggest strength of the whole system, the digitization of the process and giving that assurance to the seller that funds are available. And if the supply has been made based upon the requirements of the buyer and within the time line which the buyer had specified, then the payment is assured. So I think this is where the strength of the portal comes from, and we are very happy that we are associated with GeM right since inception. And in fact, in case of 2 state governments, the complete entire integration is with State Bank of India.
Thank you, Mrs. Nambe. I think this complete aspect of payment on time by the government, if I understand correctly, is being resolved under this particular concept. I think it's a big game changer when it comes to serving the government. And I'm assuming this stands equally applicable for services as well. So this is just a follow-up question to you, sir.
Yeah, my understanding is that this is applicable to all procurements, but the GeM people can clarify better on that because we are only on the payment side of it. So whatever instructions come to us from the GeM portal, we only execute those instructions. So maybe the GeM people can clarify whether it is for both procurement of goods and services.
Yes, it will be applicable to both.
Okay, so I think this is then a very, very big game changer to my mind because I deal with government a lot, and timely assurance of payment, assuming the services are delivered well and the goods are delivered well in quality, is going to be a remarkable thing, especially when it comes to maintaining the cash flow of the other side. And most importantly, if you are taking supply from startups. So now I think with this one basic round of initial introduction, I would like to just keep this floor a little open for some critical aspects which we wanted to discuss. And I would take input from anyone, I mean, without calling the name if I can. Basically, one element we want to discuss for a few minutes is around the service quality framework. So let me just give you an example. Let's assume if GeM is providing a service to any government department in case of housekeeping services, let's say if it is a toilet cleaning kind of a service, how does GeM design the KPIs? One is for the person who is delivering that service, and second is for the government department to qualify that this service is up to the standard? Because cleaning, to my mind, is a very complex subject if we go deep into this. So maybe designing KPI framework is something I would like to have your thoughts on this.
Mohit, I can say a few words, maybe Mr. Pathak can compliment with me. I fully agree with what the points have been raised by Mr. Behel. You see, the expectation of a service varies from buyer to buyer. And when you want to create it, which will serve thousands of buyers across the spectrum with varied expectations, it is a very, very challenging job. How to create those filters which would differentiate the quality and also comply with the GFR rules sometimes become very, very challenging. This is one part. And second part, what we have raised is, for example, cleanliness. It is very difficult to specify whether the floor is clean, how much clean, very good clean. It varies from the acceptance of the buyer. Some buyers are, I mean, their acceptable limit is very high. They want very high standard of cleanliness. There may be other buyers who may accept anything. So it varies from buyer to buyer, and these creating KPIs for these services are really challenging. In fact, I would request the service provider in the private sector to guide us, to help us to create such services so that we are able to cater to the variety of buyers.
Thank you, Swani. I think what you have said is absolutely spot on. Establishing standards, establishing the KPIs is critical. And I guess that's where global practices and learning from what's the best in the world is something we could look at. And then look at them in the Indian context and then set our own KPIs, set our own standards. So while, the standards should be such that they should enable a user to reasonably make sure that he's getting the services as desired and for what he's paying. At the same time, they should be flexible enough to allow for any diversity, depending on geographies. Say, Delhi vis-a-vis another city. Delhi has CNG, for instance. Another city may not have it. The professionalism, like what Abhiraj brings on the table. There might be differences in what a particular service entails in across geographies, across depending on the maybe on the cohort of society. So those flexibilities should be built into the system, and it should not be so rigid not to allow for those flexibilities. And yet standardization enough based on global practices, based on some of the learnings that technology has enabled us or urban company or the others to actually imbibe into our own systems and use that standardization to set the KPIs out here. And I must say, I mean, we have seen GeM functioning from what now 4 or 5 years old, and what it was at that point in time, and what it is today. I mean, it's been a phenomenal journey. The learnings that you have, and it's that hunger to actually learn from and to improve yourself, and that's why GeM is where it is today, and that's why we are all looking towards GeM as a solution provider for the entire government platform, and that's why we would like to partner with GeM to make sure that we have the right services on offer.
Thank you, Rajesh.
So, Mr. Behel, would you like to just share some thoughts around how do you see these kind of KPIs can be elaborated and made bespoke with regard to varying services?
Yeah, no, it's a very interesting question, Mohit, and that we have grappled with in the last 6 years building urban company as well. So I can totally relate with the struggle that Mr. Prakash is facing. I would say that even within services, one should segregate broadly into two types. A would be relatively standardized services, and put the services that, for example, Uber offers, transportation services, basic cleaning, etc., relatively standardized services. When it comes to relatively standardized services, I think setting some guidelines, some basic KPIs in conjunction with discussions with experts of the industry, more or less meet the goals for most people. Most of us, well, of course, cleaning standards can vary, but most of us, have a certain standard that should be fine. I think a large part of services that GeM will have to cater to over time is non-standardized or bespoke services. And here, I would encourage the team to look at a very nuanced request, what we call request for quote model. And under this model, what you basically do is you allow every single buyer to create a unique service request on the platform, and define criteria of need, even define the selection process, define, qualification criteria. It could be a one-time service, it could be an ongoing service, it could be an annual maintenance contract, it could be a short service, it could be a large service, it could be in one city, it could be in multiple cities. And then you allow service providers to, essentially quote. And this is a very classical, this is nothing new that the government, nothing new to the government. Government is used to this bidding process. But what you're basically trying to do is you're trying to take that bidding process online, trying to make it extremely transparent, extremely straightforward, and trying to provide a technology architecture which can essentially be the bidding way for every possible bespoke service out there, whether it's an event management service or it's a public works service. And I think this is possible to create, and there are, urban companies created it in its own service categories. Globally also there are companies which have created it. So this kind of an architecture is possible to create, and what that will allow GeM to do is over a period of time, go outside of the standardized services and really cater to the bespoke needs of the buyers. Otherwise, there is a risk that it ends up becoming a listing kind of a platform where sellers provide their services to say, okay, I offer AC, AMC, for example. And I was seeing on the GeM platform before this call, that's one of the services listed. But then as a buyer, I need to know whether you are, and again, go back to the example of SBI. SBI has probably 10,000 bank branches. Each of them will have 3, 4, or 5 air conditioner units. Some of them will be 8 air conditioner units. So now, do you have the capability? Do you want all 10,000 to come? Do you have the capability to cater to them, etc.? All of this can be created as a bespoke service request, and then there's a request to quote model that can work, and that I think can unlock a lot of growth for GeM.
Mr. Pathak, Mr. Virani, do you want to compliment?
I want to ask one question from Mr. Bhal. Because in government, we are selecting the service agency, not the resources. So we are putting all the eligibility conditions, all this evaluation criteria, all about criteria for the selection of the service agency who can provide us the resources. But problem comes post-contract. After placing the contract, when these resources come to us, they are not performing as per our expectation. And sometimes the expectation of the buyer. So what should we do? We want, from your experience, I think, because I know Uber has given a lot of, this urban company has given a lot of emphasis on the training of the resources. So can that model be built up can that model be embedded in the GeM portal for training of the resources before providing the resources by service provider to the buyer? Can you throw some light on this, or can you say something on this issue, Mr. Bhal?
Sure, Mr. Pathak. I think the key point that you are referring to is how do you qualify a service professional? in a bidding process, everybody will say that they are very good and they are qualified. But how do you qualify a service professional in the long run? And again, I think here I would encourage the team to think of it in 3 steps. One is pre-qualification criteria. So, all kinds of qualifications that the service professional, the company, the SMB can provide of their past. People who've worked with them in the past, certifications, etc., to showcase that they are indeed good at what they do, should be one necessary step, and an entire module can be created for that. 2, even during the service delivery, there should be certain, especially for complex works, there should be certain milestones and milestone-based payments. And only when those milestones are met, both on quality as well as on cost and time, can those payments be released. And I think that is any good marketplace will use payments as a important lever to keep the service professional in check. And 3, and every marketplace succeeds in doing this, whether it's Uber or urban company, is after the service is delivered, create a strong feedback mechanism and a strong feedback loop. And that then becomes for every future buyer, they can see that feedback. And that is a big input into the successive, future hirings for that service professional. So if you don't do a good job, then you get a poor feedback from the buyer. And maybe you have, conned one buyer, but the many other buyers will see that feedback very, very clearly and will not buy from you. And particularly in future hiring processes, one can even have certain marks for past performance on GeM. And that creates a positive long-term incentive for good service professionals to continue to give good service to the government, so that their record on GeM remains high quality and intact. And I think that sort of a rating mechanism and a feedback and review mechanism is very critical for GeM to develop. And it's also very critical that those reviews and ratings are honest and reflect the reality. And there is no collusion between to gamify those ratings and reviews. And there also, good marketplaces have developed fraud analysis and fraud checks to avoid such gamifications. And as GeM becomes large and all kinds of government entities come on it, you will see that sometimes ratings and reviews are being misused as well. So I think using all 3, the pre-qualification criteria, making sure that there are milestone-linked payments both to quality as well as cost and time, and the ratings and reviews mechanism will go a long way in creating a good platform.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Burl. Very, very useful information. Just to inform you that the entire feedback mechanism of GeM is being revamped, and very soon we'll have a very reliable feedback system. So hopefully this will also help in improving the services. Milestone payments are also being implemented, but the way you said it should incorporate both quality and cost and time kind of thing. That will have to see. And your advice about the pre-qualification certificate filter, if required, we'll take your advice. We'll bother you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Anytime, sir. Anytime.
So I'm cognizant of the time, and the discussion is so rich that I actually don't want to stop. But as I promised that I will try to summarize 3 key recommendations for GeM. So I could able to pen down 3 clear takeaways. So one is, as GeM is unfolding the entire new tech-enabled India's single most largest procurement platform, the element of agility, how do you bring within being a part of so-called government procurement system, not a government, is something very important. How do you keep your system agile? Second is demand aggregation from such a large stakeholder. Today it's only central government. Tomorrow it is only government. which is 100 times bigger than the central government, aggregating that demand and making it bespoke, even for that particular buyer and also for that particular user, is another art you have to work on, and technology can only solve this problem. And third, and the most important element which we just picked up, is that feedback mechanism, that to be non-colluded, that to be transparent and evolving, so that your procurement process becomes much more stronger and anybody would feel comfortable in buying from GeM that the service provider rated as ABC, whatever we choose to have, is trusted with that kind of respect. So with that, I think these are the three takeaways I have. Thank all my eminent panelists, everyone, Mr. Tambe, Mr. Behel, Mr. Agarwal, Mr. Pathak, Mr. Mirani, and of course CII, most importantly, for lining up this interesting session to be part of this on Monday afternoon. Thank you so much from my side.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, CII.
Thank you, Mohit.
Thank you so much to all our speakers for such a wonderful and insightful session. Now, with this, we come to the end of the National Public Procurement Conclave 2020. I sincerely thank all speakers and participants who have made such rich engagements and discussions possible over the past 2 days. I would also like to bring to your notice that though the conclave has ended, the virtual exhibition on CII Hive will continue for the next 30 days. I take this opportunity to request and invite all attendees present here today to visit the CII Hive platform anytime today or over the next 30 days to explore the innovative technologies on virtual exhibition platform. I thank you all for your participation and I wish you a good day.
Well, we thought we'd tell you who we're not. Let's start here. We're not in shipping. We don't make lifts. Seriously, no lifts. We do this. We're good at this. And we make all of these. And even though you'll find us here and here, we don't make energy. We make you save it. And you'll be saving the environment too. Are we an internet company? Well, we connect and power just about everything around you. Helping machines talk to each other and to you. Making your world more personal. We're seeking out the big questions and answering them honestly. Like, how can we make the most of our energy and resources? Or can we make access to energy and digital basic human rights? We're real people, employees, developers, partners, investors, and inventors, all passionate about doing what's right. We're open. Humans of all sorts from all over, learning from each other and about each other. We're not here to save the world. It'll go on with or without us. We're here to help power and connect what we do every day to ensure life is on everywhere, for everyone, at every moment. We are Godrej. That's us in ruby, green, and blue. And this is a story of the little things we do. It started with a little thing we made to protect you and your things. Over 100 years on, we're still doing the same, except it now has wings. Little things that will take you places you can't get to on an airplane. And little things that circle the earth and tell our farmers when it will rain. Little things that keep our animal friends hale and hearty. And little things that keep kids healthy and naughty. Little things that keep not just our homes, but even medicines and vaccines cool. And little things that rinse away dirt and allergens, so your little ones don't miss a day of school. Little things that make washing hands so much fun. And some that make your cars and homes smell like spring. Little things that keep diseases away. And some that make your hair shine and swing. Little things that help you make things. Big, small, and everything in between. And little things that help carry those things to places far and even unseen. Little things, or should we say little spaces, where you live, work, and play. And little things you keep in those spaces to sit, sleep, or just put things away. Locks, soaps, buildings, and besides. Well, there are quite a few. These are some of the little things we do.
When in 1897 we started manufacturing blocks, we weren't just making in India. We were envisioning a self-reliant India. When in 1920 we manufactured soap from vegetable oil, we weren't just making in India. We were showing the world a humane way to meet human needs. When in 1951 we built India's first ballot boxes, we weren't just making in India. We were partaking in India's journey towards becoming the world's largest democracy. When in 1955 we made Asia's first typewriters, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing to the nation's mission of propelling women into the workforce. When in 1958 we made refrigerators, we weren't just making in India. We were supporting the movement of freeing women from the kitchen. When in 1984 we introduced mosquito repellent mats, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing towards making India free from vector-borne diseases. When in 1991 we started making products that sustainably increased crop yields, we weren't just making in India. We were doing our bit to help farmers double their income. When in 2010 we committed that each of our real estate developments would be certified green projects, we weren't just making in India. We were doing our bit to make sustainability a way of urban living. When in 2013 we made key components for India's first Mars mission, we weren't just making in India. We were participating in Free India's most glorious moment. For over 120 years, during the journey of our nation's independence, we haven't just been making in India. We have been passionately doing our bit towards making India.
Three, two, one.
All along, you have told me that computers are dumb machines which do not understand anything. And now you tell me that they understand codes, but not English. Can you first make me understand? So I had to choose my words a little carefully now. I said, actually, it is much easier to write programs which understand codes than it is to write programs which understand English. His response is easily the backbone of where we are today. Are you writing programs to make life of the programmer easier or life of the user easier? This one insight changed the entire outlook of what problem are we trying to solve. It has led to solving problems of database stability in hostile power environments, solving for your distributed application never getting virus affected, solving for simplifying entry of dates and amounts without needing to train someone. And the list is really endless. This one statement also set new benchmarks for what the word simplicity stands for, and not to have any excuse for inability to solve for it. One learned that allowing people to run their business meant that the software needs to adapt to their way of working and not the other way around. It led to creation of flexibility, which was unheard of in business systems, allowing people to remain disorganized if they so wished, yet increasing their efficiency. From the very early days, one discovered that existing technologies are not constructed to achieve these goals. Thus was laid the foundation of a technology company which sells products. These are the foundations on which Tally was born and continues to be run.
तेरी गोद मेरा घर है तुझे सलाम